drone strike. Invaded Nicaragua in 85. Instigated the Cuban Missile Crisis. Invaded the Dominican Republic. Endorsed the invasion of East Timor. Invaded Guatemala in 54. Overthrew the government of Panama. Started the war on terror. Funded the Timorese genocide. Dropped a nuclear bomb not once but twice. When the International Court of Justice condemned all our crimes, we just shrugged our shoulders and said, we do what we want, we do it all of the time. We even ramped up the genocide.
All right, welcome everyone. How's it going? Hello, all you sexy bitches. It's day 102 of the war with Iran. It has resumed. Apparently, the United States has launched strikes on Iran in response to a downed Apache helicopter. Reporting from the Wall Street Journal moments ago, the mission is a proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression, says the U.S. Central Command. The U.S. launched strikes on Iran Tuesday in retaliation for the downing of a U.S. Apache helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz, according to U.S. Central Command. Targets including Iranian air defenses and radars near the waterway. A senior official said the strikes, which the military said were carried out in self-defense, of course, were directed by President Trump. The mission is a proportional response, they say. We just read that. Trump on Tuesday accused Iran of shooting down a U.S. Apache helicopter. Apparently, Iran has denied responsibility. The aircraft was struck by an Iranian Shahed drone. I don't know how to say that. That's what they say. The mission is a proportional response, off the coast of Oman while it was patrolling the area. Well, why was it patrolling the area of the Strait of Hormuz? I don't remember that being anywhere near the United States. But we're supposed to believe that this is self-defense? That's what they say. You hear an echo, do you? While it was patrolling the area. Well, why was it patrolling the area of the Strait of Hormuz? Oh, I bet you don't hear it now, though, do you? Yeah, my stream was open. I have to, in order to combine all the chats, because I'm streaming on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, and Patreon, I have to open up each individual stream in order for the chats to be recognized in the master chat box, so sorry about that. We sorted it, okay? It's sorted out. Quit complaining. We're good. Everything is fine. Maybe it's you. Maybe you're just hearing things. I don't know. Sorry I didn't get a chance to stream yesterday. I had a debilitating migraine. It happens to me sometimes. Even when I take painkillers, like, you know, ibuprofen, it doesn't seem to ever fix the situation. So I planned on streaming yesterday, as I normally do, but I wasn't able to. So we're back a little bit early today. Thanks for... I'm not? Oh, I'm not live on... Shit, my bad. Oopsie doodle. I am live now, though, on Twitch. So, there is that. Lady Gaga has a pill for that? I am unaware. I don't know what that's in reference to. Okay, is everything good? I mean, it seems like the volume's fine on my end.
You want me to check things?
If you could just check it for me.
Okay, on YouTube?
Spot check that. Yeah, I mean, I think any stream, any site would be fine. because it should be all the same regardless. All right, thank you. Welcome to Obi-Wan Jabroni. Thank you for becoming a member here on the channel. I appreciate that. Don't forget to tap that notice button, you silly goys. Every little bit helps, as you know. All right, so moving on, let's get through this story. This is from the Wall Street Journal. All right, so the Iranian officials say that Tehran didn't deliberately target the helicopter, though it has been firing drones at commercial vessels that are working within the U.S. that are working with the U.S. to transit the waterway. U.S. officials said the attack merited a response, whether it was intentional or not. Seems like the United States just wants to escalate at this point. The development threatens to shatter a fragile ceasefire that has been marked by skirmishes in and around... Oh, thank you, Thugbone. Thugbone, you have my heart. Thank you so much for gifting 5 subscriptions to the community. That's really incredibly nice of you. You're a goddamn gentleman and a scholar. All right, so it's, you know, they say, oh, it's a ceasefire, but remember, in that part of the world, according to Donald Trump, a ceasefire is when there's just lightly moderate fire happening. Throughout the ceasefire, Iran has fired drones at commercial vessels seeking to transit the waterway, and the U.S. has carried out several strikes on Iranian sites to prevent the regime from tightening its grip on the strait. The downing of the aircraft late Monday set off a race to find 2 American crew members who had escaped the Apache, a small attack helicopter that doesn't have ejection seats. I was listening to Larry Johnson earlier, and he said that, you know, for them to be able to rescue 2 pilots or rescue whatever the crew of that Apache helicopter, it must mean that the helicopter didn't have catastrophic damage. Because if the drone had struck the rotor, the blades on the top of the helicopter would have exploded, or they would have just fallen like a lead weight into the ocean, and they wouldn't have survived. But that's not what happened. So nobody was killed, thankfully. They were rescued by a U.S. drone boat in a first-of-its-kind operation at sea. I have just been informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. So this is quite an admission for Donald Trump to admit that the Iranians, whose military he claims has been completely obliterated, well, they've downed an Apache helicopter. Riddle me this. How is that possible? Can somebody please tell Iran that they don't have a military anymore? They have no way to defend themselves against our blockade? Because I don't think they have I don't think they got the message. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must of necessity respond to this attack. Not very highly sophisticated, says one chatter. Hey, thank you, Valentine, for sending 1 gifted membership to the community. Appreciate that. CENTCOM said earlier Tuesday that the cause of the crash was under investigation. Apaches have been flying low over the waterway for maritime patrols and precision strikes, putting them in range of drones that Iran fires across the strait. Trump has been reluctant to return to a broad bombing campaign, though he previously told aides he would consider restarting the full-scale war with Iran if American service members are killed by Iran. The Apache crash illustrates the risks of the simmering conflict, and the rescue mission demonstrates the dangers facing military personnel who are operating in the region where Iran has also shot down U.S. drones and targeted American aircraft. Operating in the region is an interesting way of classifying a U.S. invasion. The U.S. is enforcing a naval blockade of Iranian ports and conducting patrols to counter Iranian threats to shipping, because it's Iran that's threatening the shipping, right? In a phone call with the Journal on Tuesday, Trump said the blockade was making Iran very poor and said he would keep it in place as long as necessary. He sought to play down the helicopter incident, saying that it wasn't a big deal and stressing that the pilot is fine. The Apache crew spent 2 hours in the water as darkness fell, according to Captain Tim Hawkins, spokesman for Central Command. One senior U.S. official described the crew's escape from the downed aircraft as a hand of God moment. Yes, blockades are indeed illegal, Obi-Wan. Very good. Just in case anybody forgot, with the United States MQ-9 Reaper drones and jet fighters providing cover overhead, the crew members were rescued by the remotely piloted drone boat. The vessel, a 24-foot Saronic Corsair that can travel more than 1,000 miles and carry 1,000 pounds, transported the crew to safer waters. From there, they were lifted from the deck of the drone to a rescue helicopter. The drone boat is part of the Navy's first operational artificial intelligence and drone unit known as the Task Force 59. Launched by, they've missed a perfect opportunity to use 69, but oh well. Launched by CENTCOM Chief Admiral Bradley Cooper, 2021, when he commanded U.S. naval forces in the Middle East. Though Task Force 59 had conducted Strait of Hormuz transits with unmanned boats in the past, the Saronic Corsairs are relatively new to the group, first fielded in the Middle East in late March. Hawkins says that we've practiced this scenario in exercises, but not quite necessarily like this. Well, no shit. Thank you, Crazy Cat, for the gift. I appreciate that. Retired Navy Captain Colin Corridan, who led Task Force 59 when it began sending drone boats through the strait, said the Navy had spent years proving that unmanned systems could be trusted in one of the world's most complex and strategically important waterways. Seeing that capability now contribute to a real-world rescue demonstrates how far the technology and the operators have come. The U.S. and other militaries increasingly use such uncrewed vessels and vehicles in combat. There are no pancakes. I don't know what you're talking about, okay? I never promised pancakes. I only promised waffles. We must all have waffles forthwith. The Ukrainian military has dispatched sea drones to target Russia's Black Sea Fleet. Kyiv has begun to deploy land drones to extract injured soldiers from the front line, thank you, kinfolk, where the proliferation of aerial drones makes it deadly for human rescue teams. The loss of the U.S. attack helicopter lengthens the list of U.S. aircraft destroyed by accidents, of course, mostly just accidents, right? And enemy fire during the war with Iran, including 4 F-15E Strike Eagle jet fighters. Those were all accidents, purely coincidental. 3 of which accidentally crashed due to friendly fire over Kuwait. One that was downed in Iran resulted in a rescue mission to extract 2 pilots. We remember that. I think that was like south of Isfahan, if I remember correctly. An A-10 Thunderbolt II ground attack aircraft also crashed during the mission to extract them. Lots of crashes. We are crashing out hard in the Middle East, metaphorically, figuratively, and literally. Separately, 2 KC-135 Stratotankers collided in Iraq in March, killing 6 crew members. Several other KC-135s and an American E-3 Sentry were struck and damaged while parked at a base in Saudi Arabia. A report in May from the Congressional Research Service listed 42 fixed-wing or rotary-wing aircraft, including drones that were reportedly lost or damaged in the Iran war that began in late February. Well, thank you, Martin. I appreciate... Holy shit, that featured comment is huge. That's what she said. Let me pare that down a little bit. Why are the comments like that? That's so weird. Ibuprofen sucks for migraines. Find some aspirin and plus caffeine effervescent tablets, whatever brand name they use over there in the Imperial Core. It was a massive game changer for me. Yeah, I ended up breaking down and buying some Excedrin, which has caffeine in it, and that helped. But it's, you know, it's like, it's one of those like debilitating things where like, if I start streaming or if I start being active, it only excites the migraine, so it makes it worse. So I decided to take a chill pill. Anyway, I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see. The nimble Apache helicopters have played a key role in the conflict, including the standoff between the U.S. and Iran at sea. U.S. Apaches sank Iranian fast boats during a short-lived operation in May to guide commercial ships through the strait, a kind of nautical hairpin bend. The helicopter that went down near there at sunset Monday was assigned to the 82nd Airborne Division's Combat Aviation Brigade, blah, 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 which has been involved in patrols over the strait. The Pentagon's acting comptroller testified to members of Congress in May that the cost of military operations in the war had risen to almost $29 billion. I think you could tack on another $200 billion to that, and it might be close to the figure, actually. Let's see what, I like to start the stream usually by reading some articles, so we'll bounce around a little bit. Then we'll move to Twitter and go through the goy slop that is Twitter, covering all of the breaking news, so I hope you stay tuned for all that. And then we'll take a look at the Discord links you guys provide for the stream. So stick around, lots to cover. All right, so everybody's saying that this is a watershed moment, the fact that Iran struck Israel after Israel struck Lebanon. And now the new security agreement is that Iran has Lebanon and Palestine's back. If Israel attacks either of those countries, Iran is telling the rest of the world and telling the Israelis and the Americans that they will retaliate. So that's never been done before, and that's what a lot of analysts have been saying in the 47-year history of the Islamic Republic. They've never attacked Israel because Israel attacked another country. So here are the Iranian strikes across the Middle East. Look at all these bases, all of the American bases. You see that? Just pockmarked the entire Middle East. These are all the bases that Iran has struck. The U.S. military operates bases across 10 Middle East countries, housing 40 to 50,000 troops. Following a joint U.S.-Israeli attack, Iran retaliated with broad strikes on U.S. bases and military assets in the region. So they have so many bases, there's even bases that they haven't struck yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It looks like they've struck 12 bases thus far. All right, let's read what Larry Johnson has to say, and then we'll move to Twitter. Iran, or maybe we'll move to the conflicts forum as well, because Alistair Crook has some analysis for us too. Iran says it will no longer wait for threats, declaring new strategic regional defense doctrine. So says Sadiq Larijani, who is Larijani's, forgot what was Larijani's position. Let's brush up on that. Larijani, he was assassinated, of course, in March. He was the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council. So his brother is this guy, Sadiq, I think. Or Sadiq, sorry. Sadiq Larijani. Larijani is a prominent Iranian Shia cleric, conservative politician, senior regime figure. He is best known for serving as Chief Justice, head of the Judiciary of Iran from 2009 to 19, and as chairman of the Expediency Discernment Council. Expediency Discernment Council. Interesting. Sounds kind of Orwellian. But then again, we're not talking about the United States. We're talking about Iran, so it's probably more legitimate than that. His now deceased brother, Ali Larijani, was the Speaker of the Parliament and National Security Advisor to the Ayatollah before he was killed by Israel. The Larijanis are clerical and political royalty in Iran. As the current head of Iran's Expediency Discernment Council, Chairman Larijani announced that Tehran's intervention in support of Lebanon constitutes a formal declaration of a new strategic doctrine. Under the terms of this new strategic doctrine, attacks on any component of the resistance axis, Hezbollah and the Palestinians, will trigger an Iranian response that extends beyond geographical boundaries and reshapes regional equations. This is the new equation. Larijani explained that Iran has entered a new phase in which it no longer waits for threats to emerge before acting to preserve its regional position, but instead will take the initiative. He also warned that any expansion of the conflict or attack on critical Iranian infrastructure would be met with a comprehensive and deterrent response. You guys are still talking about waffles. My goodness. This introduces a new dynamic variable into the calculus of the Levant. This marks the first time since the founding of the Islamic Republic in 1979 that Iran has committed itself to taking military action on behalf of Hezbollah and the Lebanese people and the Palestinians. The conservative Israeli newspaper Israel Hayom reported that security officials admitted that Israel did not expect Iran to fully follow through on threats, viewing it as a miscalculation. So we were wondering, was Israel trying to call Iran's bluff? And were they roasted because of that? And it seems like that was the case. According to their own newspapers, that's what they say. Their own security officials have admitted this. There was noted frustration that Iran dictated terms via the new equation and that Israel faced pressure, including from the U.S. and Trump, to limit its response to avoid full war. Israel continued its attacks in southern Lebanon on Monday, hitting the city of Tyre and killing more civilians. So far, Iran has not reacted. If Israel continues these attacks, we will find out if Mr. Larijani was making an idle threat or if Iran is serious about punishing Israel with a new barrage of missiles for its attacks on the Lebanese civilians. Let's just keep shitting on Israel. If they continue to do shitty things, they deserve all the shit. Meanwhile, Iran's UN ambassador confirmed today that Pakistan is playing a central role in trying to broker a peace deal between Iran and the United States. Iran's UN ambassador, Amir Saeed Iravani, said, "We have not yet reached the final text, but we are pursuing it. The U.S. and Iran are providing and exchanging views and opinions to reach the final text through Pakistan." Larry Johnson continues. He says, "This partially confirms the story that Pepe Escobar and I broke last Monday and conforms with Donald Trump's recent claim that the U.S. and Iran are closing in on an agreement to end the war. This also explains why Israel, according to a recent New York Times report, has intensified its spying on key members of the Trump administration in order to ferret out the details of the proposed agreement." Trump's former lawyer, Robert Barnes, told the Jim Webb podcast today that U.S. and Iranian negotiators had reached consensus on 6 separate MOUs during the last 3 months and that Trump has rejected every one at the last minute. We'll see if this one makes it over the finish line. Okay, so yeah, it seems like, also Israel is trying to obviously sabotage any peace deal between the United States and the Iranians. Trump announces that there's going to be this deal, and then of course Israel of course decides to attack Lebanon to scuttle the deal, hoping that the United States would once again join in on the war effort, and they didn't, and then now this thing happens with the helicopter, and Trump is trying to use this as a pretext to strike Iran, which they have. We have struck Iran today. I'm not sure exactly. My head's fucking spinning with all this shit. It's just the wars. It's just we keep ping-ponging back and forth, back and forth. The war's on, the war's off, the war's on. One thing I like about Alastair Crook's analysis is that he's always reading the Hebrew press. So he always posts a lot of these compilations of quotes from Israelis themselves and what Israelis are saying in Hebrew amongst themselves, which is often very different from what we hear when they're speaking English, of course. So this says, Netanyahu failed to reignite the war, just like I was saying. A new and dangerous strategic equation now limits Israel's power. Alastair Crook says he predicts that this war, obviously, we're kind of in the middle phase and it's going to continue, but it's going to be more episodic. So there's going to be more tit-for-tat retaliations. I think that's what we can expect, or at least that's what he says we can expect in the next weeks and months. So this is a quote from some of these Israelis within Israel. This is from Ronan Bergman. It says, Iran had the final say. In a day, the limits of Israeli power and the depth of its dependence on the U.S. were clear. Trump intervened and halted Netanyahu's operation. The American message to Israel was clear: do not proceed, do not escalate, and roll back the operation. The implication was that Israel, having brought itself to the brink of escalation, was forced to halt, not because of its own independent decision, but due to an American veto. And that is just intolerable if you are Netanyahu and his band of Likudniks and even the Israeli public. You know, it's always a mandate for the Israeli prime minister to profess Israeli independence and to demonstrate it. So if Netanyahu backs down because of what Trump did or said, that shows weakness, according to, you know, Israelis. And, you know, Netanyahu's trying to win an election. So remember that peace means that he's going to lose, and if he loses, he's going to face jail time. He's going to rot in prison. So that's why war must continue if you are the Israeli government, if you're Netanyahu himself personally. The incident takes on an even graver significance against the backdrop of the possibility that the Americans are moving towards an agreement with Iran. The strategic picture already seems clear. Israel tried to escalate the conflict. Washington stopped it. From the perspective of Israel's enemies, this is a highly valuable insight. It shows when Israel is held back, who is holding it back, and what the limits of its power are. So that's pretty good analysis there, pretty honest. Ben Caspit says, in his appearance yesterday in front of the camera, Netanyahu looked like a deflated balloon. Could also say a deflated buffoon. From a situation where Israel operated freely in southern Lebanon and bombed Dahaya whenever necessary, we have become hostages of the Iranians. Imagine that. That's what they think in their warped, sadistic perspective. Israel cannot stand further rounds of war with Iran. The economy will not stand it. The public will not stand it. The security establishment will have a hard time standing it. And all this is true for the Trump era. I can't believe that, you know, Israel's been getting bombed for on and off for the past 3 years because of what the Israeli government's doing, because of Netanyahu, and the fact that, like, they're still, like, urging for more war, and if it stalls, they're upset after they've been bombed so much. I mean, I imagine that happening in the States, you know, like if Iran was bombing Washington, D.C. or Los Angeles or New York, and it's because we were starting a war. I mean, you would think that that would be very, very deeply unpopular, and we would hold the president accountable. But who knows? Maybe that's just a silly speculation on my part. So the economy will not stand it. The public will not stand it. This era will end in 2.5 years. After it will come the flood. Après moi, le déluge. As they say, Netanyahu did not want to end the war. He wanted it to reach the end of his term. He succeeded. This is his absolute victory, which is a terrible strategic loss for the country. That's another thing I've said, and others have said, that Netanyahu fucking hates Israel. He hates the Israelis. They hate him. He's just trying to hold on to power. He doesn't care if he tanks the entire country. He doesn't care if he starts World War III. As long as he can personally, you know, I don't know, be anointed king or something and rule over the ashes. Anna Barsky says, in Israel it is believed that Iran attempted to establish a new strategic equation. A significant Israeli strike in Lebanon would trigger direct Iranian involvement, or at least an explicit Iranian threat. From Tehran's perspective, the Lebanese arena is intended to become part of Iran's deterrence framework. In Jerusalem, this is viewed as a strategic threat, a serious strategic threat. But somehow when, you know, NATO expands into Ukraine and, you know, starts taking offensive measures against Russia's borders, We don't consider that an existential threat to Russia, but it's perfectly okay for, Zionists to profess they're being held hostage or something because they view Iran and its defense framework, which now includes Lebanon, as an existential threat to their existence. It's just like the double standard, obviously. So let's see, the Vice President Vance on U.S. talks with Iran. Israel may not like it. We are doing what is best for America. All right. So there's a little bit of insight from within Israel itself. We're going to move now to the bookmarks. War has restarted, says Suleiman. We're going to go through all of these reposts. Remember, they're non sequiturs, but we eventually cover everything. But these are all the top latest stories and headlines and clips from today. So we're going to kind of bounce around, as you know. So Stu Peters says Albania has officially made it 110 countries. Let's see this clip about Albania.
Let's go! Albania officially makes it 110 countries. After 7 long days of huge protests, Molotoving the sellout prime minister's house, and quite literally beating and forcing the illegal Israeli settlers off the island, they finally confirmed that project building will be suspended and an environmental impact test will happen, which will likely stop further building. Shout out to Albania, man. They're doing what the United States should have done 50 years ago.
For
the whole
real.
world stands with them. Fuck Israel, fuck Epstein, and fuck Jewish supremacy. Let's go!
Damn, that was pretty based. Yep, solidarity with Albania. We are all Albanian, I've come to realize. So Trump just bombed Iran and targeted the following. Here are all of the places we just bombed. Sirik Naval Base, Jask Naval Base, Bandar Abbas AD position, Manab Coastal Missile Position, Keshem Coastal Missile Position, Keshem Commercial Port. If they can hit military targets with such precision, why did they bomb 168 Manab students on day one of this war? That's a good question. So I wonder if Israel is now sort of breathing a sigh of relief, the fact that the United States is once again back to attacking Iran. The war is back on. Looks like Israel has gotten its wish, right? I wonder what that says to like previous analysis where, we were thinking that Donald Trump was trying to get an off-ramp to the war, right? Was trying to put a hard line against the Israelis. Doesn't appear like that is so. Let's see this clip from Representative Liu. He says President of the United States is not well.
The President of the United States is not well. We can see it with our own eyes. He has tremendous difficulty staying awake on the job. Donald Trump has repeatedly fallen asleep at multiple cabinet meetings, at multiple White House events, at a Memorial Day ceremony, and most recently at a very loud and raucous New York Knicks San Antonio Spurs game last night.
Yeah, he took a nap.
The White House needs to come
during
clean
the
to the
game.
American people. They need to explain why Donald Trump keeps going to the hospital and why they keep giving him cognitive tests. The American people deserve the truth.
Based. Okay, we'll come back to that in a second. Propaganda & Co. says 200,000 is an outrageous lie. These people deserve hell. This is from an Israeli news station. This guy is claiming we have silos of dead bodies that the regime is now burning to eliminate evidence. This is exactly what we heard about the Nazis, right? When the Soviets were marching to Berlin and they were just destroying all the evidence, right, of the camps. This is exactly the same story that we were told. During the internet blackout, they killed 200,000 Iranians, he says, according to the reports we are receiving. So I thought it was 20,000, it was 30,000, it's 40,000, it's 50,000. No, it's 200,000 is how many the Islamic Republic killed of its own citizens.
Do you think President Trump will intervene and will act on behalf of the Iranian people?
If he doesn't want to have a nation, let's not call it a nation, if he wants to have a regime that the foreign minister Araghchi himself said we have a right to enrich uranium, then he has to bring them down. Look what they have done with the weapons that they already have against their own people. We have silos and silos full of dead bodies who they are now burning to eliminate the evidence. People can't even get the bodies of their lost ones back.
Now, on the issue of communications, we've learned there's a report in the Wall Street Journal which says the US managed to
Oh, so he was talking about the Iranians are doing this.
smuggle in thousands of Starlink terminals after the crackdown, around 6,000, according to this report. And of course, there was an internet blackout, wasn't there, for many days in January. What is the situation now with the internet and with people's ability to communicate?
He's like, I'm so glad you brought that up because I've got a list of lies I would like to dispense with right now.
Yeah, I'm glad you're bringing that up. The regime has...
I'm glad you brought that up in the script. It says right here that you were supposed to bring that up, and I'm glad that you did.
A company called Saberin. The head of that company is Ali Reza Matinka. They don't only produce ballistic missiles, they also produce jammers that jam the Starlink signals.
Oh, no, not jammers that jam the Starlink silos.
The internet blockout is very important. During the internet blockout, they killed approximately, the estimation is 200,000 Iranians.
Wow.
This is the reports that we're getting. 3,000 is just in
That's the reports that we are getting. From who? Probably the IDF, you think?
night on the 18th of January. So the regime
Mossad is reporting that 200,000 were killed in Iran.
is still, the regime themselves are
I think 200,000 is a bit low. Shouldn't it be a bit higher? 271,000, at least 271,000, if not 6 million.
still connected to the internet. They do that through companies via the Emirates, and we work with a...
Where did the bodies go? Well, he already told you, right? He already told you why there's no evidence, because they're burning all the bodies so they can destroy. So when the Israelis finally get there, they're going to be like, oh, there's no bodies, but that's because they were burned.
A technical team that has discovered the digital fingerprints. We have the DNS numbers through which they are connected. And why
200,000, give or take 197,000. Yeah, because like the true figure is like 3,000, which were killed by Mossad Renta rioters.
are they connected? They are connected for four main reasons. The first reason is propaganda. They want to normalize. They're inviting travel bloggers like myself.
Here we go, projection.
Of course, I would never go and make propaganda for a regime. We have this guy named
As he's making propaganda for a regime.
Arab that goes to Iran and shows everything as if it's normal.
Well, not just that,
Meanwhile-
Ravin. Sorry to interrupt, but we've also seen the BBC's Lise Doucet. I saw she was doing a report from
That
Iran
was a
today,
disgusting
talking about
and
a
vile-
family atmosphere. She called it
That
in Iran
was
today.
disgusting and vile. And I'm sorry to interrupt you like this, but
An Israeli is pearl clutching about something that's, he quotes as disgusting and vile.
we have families mourning there.
Imagine that.
And she's calling it a family atmosphere. So she's very much part of the propaganda, and I'm sure she's getting paid for that. But to continue, the second reason is not only to normalize through these rallies. The regime is doing global cyber attacks on companies, but also on on social media. Not only that, they need the
Global cyber attacks.
internet because they have 200,000
Where have I heard
Bitcoin
that from
miners that
before?
use a huge amount of electricity, and they need to keep those running, and they'll do it at the cost of people because they'll shut down the electricity to keep those Bitcoin miners running. And last but not least, the fourth reason is money laundering. Now, I am just a travel vlogger. If I'm able to do 2 days of research,
true, you
and
are.
find investigations.
If
from,
I'm just a travel vlogger, so if I can do the Hasbara, then just imagine.
Bloomberg, that the regime has 2 hotels from a Hilton franchise in Germany that they used to do money laundering. Then it's quite weird that all the secret services of this world haven't
Okay, I didn't even know the auto translate was on.
found that same information.
I'll
There's
research
another,
it.
A huge hotel in Mallorca that is IRGC owned, and the IRGC is on the terror list now. So I hope those secret services figure it out as well and shut it down.
Yeah, not just
Shut it
brutal
down.
theocracy.
Motherfucker said shut it down. Isn't shut it down isn't that an anti-Semitic slogan? That was what the ADL said.
But a kleptocracy.
He's literally
as well.
doing the
Thank you very
meme.
much. Ravina Lam, great
You're
to talk
welcome.
to you.
Parody just writes itself, doesn't it? Shut it down. What's going on here? What is this? I'm beginning to see why they love chickens so much. These are the chosen people, by the way. It's the God's master race. I'm just thinking about I'm thinking about this guy, and then I'm thinking about like a Hezbollah fighter. No wonder they're winning. The tiny hats don't know how to fight. Look at this. Never ask the chicken for whom the chicken swings. The chicken swings for thee. Let's see. Helen Mirren is doubling down on her idiocy. Oh, this might be an older clip. It says, that time Helen Mirren called the forced ethnic cleansing of Arabs the extraordinary magical energy of a country putting its roots in the ground. The magical energy. What is the energy? The energy of ethnic cleansing. She says it's an amazing time.
I witnessed things that were wrong. I witnessed, Arabs being thrown out of their houses in Jerusalem. But it was just the extraordinary sort of magical energy and of a country just beginning to put its roots in the ground.
That's crazy because she actually acknowledges the ethnic cleansing. And she's like, you know what? There was some ethnic cleansing going on, but it was just extraordinary. It was amazing. It was magical. It was a magical time.
It was an amazing time to be here. I witnessed things that were wrong. I witnessed
things that were wrong, but I'm going to say I will defend them now. Let's see, Glenn Greenwald just broke it down. A sitting U.S. president who ran on ending wars is being openly defied by a foreign prime minister, not behind closed doors, in public repeatedly. Trump is a Zionist. His family is tied to Israel. He's owned. But he wants this war over. The midterms are coming. His base is fracturing. His promises and legacy are rotting in public. Trump has repeatedly begged Netanyahu to stop. Netanyahu didn't just tell him to shut the fuck up. He went straight to Congress, who AIPAC has bribed with $28 million this election cycle alone, and passed Section 224, legally fusing the U.S. and Israeli military structures. Democracy bypassed in broad daylight. This is what Glenn Greenwald has spent years warning people about. The most powerful man on earth can't end a war his own voters want ended because the lobby doesn't just own the president, it owns the building he works in.
It's hard to know what the reality on the ground is. What is your sense about where we are with this war?
I think clearly President Trump wants to get out of the war. It's certainly been very bad for him in every respect, including...
Yeah, Helen Mirren was like, it was like if she was talking, it sounded like she was talking about Coachella or something, you know? It's amazing festivals, magical energy in the...
Politically, the midterms are rapidly approaching. This is a huge albatross around his neck, as are the secondary economic damage that has been done to the American economy, the global economy, the American people. The problem is that the pro-Israel lobby in the United States is extremely powerful, and they don't want an end to this war. They have two very different interests, the United States and Israel does with respect to Iran. What Israel wants with Iran is the obliteration of any countervailing force to their dominance of the region. Iran is the only formidable party or country in that region that can provide any kind of deterrence or limitation to Israeli hegemony in the Middle East, and they want that country destroyed, and they want the United States to do it. I think Trump thought he was going to facilitate a quick regime change of that country. That obviously didn't work. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. They're not getting that enriched uranium out. There's none of the war aims that have been fulfilled that were stated at the beginning, and he thought it was going to be done a lot more quickly. We're now 4 or 5 months into the war, 4 months into the war, and the Israelis are determined to keep the war going, whereas President Trump wants to end. And I think the fact that it's not ending is proof of who actually has the greater power in the relationship, and it's not President Trump or the United States.
All right, Hogan Gidley, welcome back to Uncensored. Good to see you. Look, I've, like you've known Donald Trump a long time. I just get a sense of somebody right now who, if he could get out of this tomorrow, would get out of this tomorrow. It's becoming increasingly economically and politically damaging to him, to the Republicans. You've got the midterms coming. It's becoming to it's starting to drag on in exactly the way he's always said he hated these conflicts in the Middle East involving America to drag on. Always said he wouldn't do that. What's the off-ramp looking like for President Trump?
Well, a few nuances here, Pierce. First of all, I'm with you. I don't think Donald Trump would have wanted to get involved in this in the first place.
Okay. Weird
it's hard
edit
to know
there, but there you go. Not anything we didn't already know. American singer Halsey posts a map showing the scale of the genocide. She's a huge pro-Palestine supporter. All right, that's good to hear. So she likens what's happening to Gaza to a scenario in Manhattan. If it were the same, bombing Rafah is like pushing all of Manhattan below 14th Street and then bombing that. Yeah, that's a good analogy there. Here's Donald Trump's tweet from Truth Social earlier today. He says, "I've just been informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must, of necessity, respond to this attack. Thank you for your attention to this matter." Stu Peters says, "I'm surprised Trump admitted that Iran shot down a U.S. helicopter." And same here, especially when we know that the Iranian military was obliterated. He only admitted it to give himself a pretext for further bombing Iran. Yeah, probably true. And that's what's happening. So definitely the case. Because you didn't need to do all this. You know, it wasn't really necessary. I know he said it was necessary, but it's not necessary. Nobody died. There's James Lee says Howard Lutnick is ball. He says, "I know people are blaming Trump for the Knicks losing, but this guy is literally ball." And bald, as well. The foreign minister Ghalibaf, one of the negotiators for the Iranian side, says, "We prefer the language of diplomacy, but we speak other languages far more fluently." I wonder if he means the language of violence. "Break your commitments and we'll switch to what we speak best. You ride the horse you saddled." I like that. Yes. Who made this? Ooh. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. That picture at the end, my goodness. I think I just found my new thumbnail. Oh, that's rich. I gotta save that. That is just too good. Looks like Biden's getting the last laugh, huh? Because wasn't Trump calling Biden Sleepy Joe? And now who's asleep in the Oval Office, motherfucker? You dementia-addled bitch. Here's the genocidal Zionist regime carpet bombing towns and villages across southern Lebanon. Remains to be seen what Iran is going to do about this. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Baghei says that the pieces of the puzzle are falling into place with remarkable speed. They carried out a false flag operation by deploying a copied Lucas drone to strike Kuwait airport, manufacturing the perfect pretext to market their Power Us developed anti-drone air defense systems under the guise of protecting against Iranian attacks. Profitable indeed. That's, never forget, follow the money. And you'll understand what's going to happen, right? Fuck Israel every fucking day. Unfavorable views of Israel, according to the World of Statistics. A poll was conducted ages 18 to 34 across several countries. In Australia, 87% have an unfavorable view of Israel. UK, 78%. Canada, 76%. Greece, 76%. France, 74%. United States, 74%. Hungary, 72%. Sri Lanka, 46%. That is according to Pew Research Center. This chode says that the Israeli government has hired Daniel Rosenberg, the producer of Spike Lee's Inside Man, on a $900,000 contract to produce pro-Israel social media content to influence the U.S. public. They've done such a bang-up job so far, might as well throw more money at it. I'm sure that's going to switch our minds, change our minds, right? Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. That's nice of you. Rosenberg's firm, Piro, set to hire a director and hold casting for on-camera talent. Wow. $900,000. I wonder if they need any YouTube content creators to do some Hasbro for them. I'm available. Israel, if you need some help, I'm available for the work. I need those shekels. Anna Kasparian says, yeah, it'd be easier to just stop bombing and displacing people, right? No, that's unthinkable. Here is a clip of Israeli settlers burning Taiba, I don't know how to say that, in occupied Palestine, a village that has stood for thousands of years, a place where Jesus once walked, home to the oldest living Christian community in the world, and not a peep from Western media. Let's see, where is Taiba? I guess that's in the West Bank, huh? This says it's in southern Jordan. I'm not sure if that's the same place, though. There's a few of them. Not sure where that is, but let's keep going. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi responds to U.S. Apache helicopter being shot down near Strait of Hormuz. Foreign forces in proximity to our territory are at constant risk, he said. But I thought we were just exercising our right to self-defense in the Persian Gulf. To reduce risk, the best solution is for them to leave. Dr. Morandi also says, for the record, Iran did not shoot down that helicopter. Trump is lying, but the Islamic Republic is more than prepared to teach the Epstein coalition a lesson. More statements from Iran. Foreign forces in proximity to our territory are at constant risk on account of their own human errors, plane accidents, or potentially being caught in crossfire. To reduce risk, best option is to leave. The Strait of Hormuz is not international waters, but shared between Iran and Oman and located thousands of miles away from the United States shores. Do we need a geography lesson? Maritime boundaries are crystal clear. Our powerful armed forces are on constant alert for any violation of Iran's airspace, land, or waters. Foreign forces in proximity to our territory are at constant risk on account of their own human errors, plane accidents, or potentially being caught in crossfire. To reduce risk, the best solution is for foreign forces to exit as soon as possible an environment which will never be hospitable to a hostile presence. Iran prefers the language of diplomacy, however, as our brave warriors have shown to the world, we know how to speak other languages too. Yet again, Israeli drones are heard in the skies over Beirut today. That's what they want, right? They want the Lebanese living in fear. Thank you, Valentine. I appreciate the gifted subscription to the community. Every gift helps the community grow, and we love that. Albania is not for sale, everyone. Albanians do not want Trump's Epstein Island on their land.
This is Albania, not Israel.
Not Israel. Yeah, you wave that flag, baby. Oh my God, what is this? Who made this?
Folks, tremendous announcement. People are saying it's historic. I'm here to announce my transition into womanhood as the first female president. I'll make America great again.
He's setting all kinds of records. So from 17 hours ago, Israel issued an evacuation order for the entirety of the biblical city of Tyre. I'm pretty sure they started bombing Tyre immediately. No more safe zones, no more fake ceasefire, no more good cop, bad cop routine between Trump and Netanyahu. Israeli ethnic cleansing is in full effect. Dr. Morandi just revealed that Trump's negotiators and Iranian negotiators basically agreed on a deal framework, small details left. Then Trump goes out every few days and says, I won't do this, I won't do that, I won't hand over Iranian assets. Trump publicly undermines his own negotiators. He won't agree to terms already discussed.
Does there not need to be a deal that suits all parties?
Sure, but we almost had a deal. I think everyone knows the details of the deal. And the Trump negotiators and their messages that they send back and forth with the Iranian negotiators, they've basically accepted the framework. There's some small details that they have differences over, but then every few days, Trump goes out and says, I won't do this and I won't do that. I won't hand over Iranians assets. These are all among the things that they negotiated. And if he thinks that now he can suddenly strong-arm the Iranians and the Iranians are going to appease him or they're going to submit to his excessive demands, well, he's not going to get anywhere. And the global economy is going to move closer and closer to crisis.
Does it not?
Thank you, kinfolk. I do want to do more interviews. I haven't been doing as many lately. I was on Jake Shields' podcast about 1 or 2 months ago. We had a really great discussion, and that's available on my YouTube page and on his YouTube page. Might do another one soon in person with him. I don't know who Adam Green is, but I appreciate that suggestion. I saw, Thugbone, that you said that the Twitch chat is not going for some reason. I tried to update it. I'm not sure why that is, because it shouldn't be that way. I'll see if I can figure it out. I'm sorry about that.
Need to be a deal that suits all parties?
Sure, but we almost had a deal. I think everyone knows the details of the deal. And the Trump negotiators and their messages that they send back and forth with the Iranian negotiators, they've basically accepted the framework. There's some small details that they have differences over, but then every few days, Trump goes out and says, I won't do this and I won't do that. I won't hand over Iranians assets. These are all among the things that they negotiated. And if he thinks that now he can suddenly strong-arm the Iranians and the Iranians.
Okay, I think I got it to work now. It should be working. What's up, Twitchers? Welcome in. Sorry for the delay. Appreciate your patronage. Hello, Saeed. Welcome. Sorry I missed all your chats. But we're here now, okay? We're on the level. Here's another video of Jordanians enjoying watching Iranian missiles as they head toward their targets in Israel. Nice. Sick. I don't know why the Macarena was playing, but go off, I guess. All right. Caitlin Johnstone has a good point here. She says, we make it so hard for ourselves, this human experience. Like, it would be hard enough just being born into mortal bodies that have to experience pain, get sick, deteriorate, and die. That alone would be more than enough to deal with. Then on top of all that, we go and create this psychological ego structure in our heads that make us miserable for a whole bunch of other reasons that aren't even real. I mean, we're thrown into this world and we have no idea what's going on, surrounded by chaotic and unpredictable giants who are full of neurosis and delusions handed down to them by previous generations. We're very quickly taught how to make ourselves miserable using belief systems and shame and self-hatred and enmity. We stumble around for a few years, maybe plop out a baby or two and teach them how to be as crazy as we are, and then we fall down, they throw us in a hole, and then it's over. It's so weird. We could just be taking care of one another and holding each other's hands as we hurtle toward the grave. When someone is born into this strange and mysterious world, we could just tell the new arrival, welcome, we only get to be here for a little while, but we love you and we're here for you as we experience our short time on this planet together. And then we could hug and kiss and cry and cuddle as we spin through a universe not even our best scientists understand until the night comes. Excuse me. She sounds like a hippie. What a hippie. Irakchi says, despite its defeats on the battlefield, the U.S. opted to test our determination. Our powerful armed forces will leave no attack or threat unanswered. Leave our region if you want to be safe. The history of the Persian Gulf has many chapters on dire fates of intruding outsiders. Dire fates and dire straits. Pun intended. Let's keep going through these reposts. Don't forget to smash that like button if you know it's good for you. All right, let's see. John Kiriakou and Dan Bilzerian were on a podcast together, or at least did an interview or something. They discussed death threats and Jewish supremacy. Let's see.
Nobody, but I've begun getting death threats. And my most recent death threat, the guy signed his name to it and put his email address, like he wants to engage me in some kind of, death struggle or something. And he's a prominent rabbi from New York City. He runs a nonprofit that treats
rabbi.
Jewish children with cancer. Not anybody else's children, just Jewish children with cancer. And he's wishing me death, not just death to me, but death to everybody like me. And what, we're supposed to just take it? That if we don't fall into line, like Randy Fine, in support of the Israeli government, not even just Israel, but the current Israeli government, then we are anti-Semites. And I reject that outright, out of hand. I'm curious as to what kind of reaction you're getting.
Yeah, same thing. I mean, this is a group of ethnocentric supremacists. And that's my problem with Judaism, is that it teaches that you're better than other people, that you're chosen by God, and I just reject that completely. I think everyone's equal.
Yeah.
And saying that is like anti-Semitic. It's
Right.
crazy. Like being against bombing children is anti-Semitic. Like being against a foreign government, it's like it is a word just like Trump derangement syndrome, just like Nazi, just like Hitler, that has been so heavily propagandized that when you hear it, you have this visceral reaction to it. I mean, like 5 years ago, you heard the word anti-Semite, the hair on the back of your neck would stand up and be like, oh,
yeah,
oh my God. Like the Holocaust, Nazis, like any of these words, they just evoke a certain reaction. You don't get that with Mao. You don't get that with Stalin.
No.
People killed tens of millions of people. You don't hear that. You don't get that with
Here
the
we go.
Bolsheviks.
That's right.
Here we go with...
No, it's just it's clearly propaganda, and it's like, why is
Dan's always triggering me with his ahistorical nonsense.
this propaganda? Why are we like so conditioned to respond to these words? And you see it; they're just so arrogant today. It's like he signed his name on there because he knows you can't do to him, and even if you did, he would just flee to Israel, and because he's Jewish, he'd get citizenship the next day, and they wouldn't extradite him, and he
Just
could
like the pedophiles.
He could rape your kid,
Yeah,
and he could flee to Israel, and they would not send him back. Just like the head of cybersecurity, he did that in Vegas. Yeah, he fled, and they're not extraditing him, and nothing's going to happen. Just like nothing's going to happen to the Palestinians that were raped in the prison by the IDF that they have on video. They just excused all the charges. Now those guys are celebrities.
Martin, that hairstyle goes hard in Cajun country. All right.
And so you just see there's just this two sets of justice. And if you dig deeper, it says that same thing in the Talmud. It says all this in Talmud. You can lie, cheat, rape.
It's like Dan just decided to shave all the gray hair and just only keep the ones that haven't grayed yet.
Steal to non-Jews, and like, that's a crazy thing to say, and people will, oh my God, a year or 2 years ago, you get killed for saying that, you get debanked for saying that. I think the Overton window shifted a little bit, but it doesn't make it any less true. And I think it's something that needs to be talked about, because we were conditioned. I mean, at least
Hi, Duchess. Welcome in.
Bad. White supremacy is bad. Black supremacy is not quite as bad because they're victims and whatever. But like this idea that supremacy
is the black supremacy in the room with us.
Is just wrong, and I mean, they told us literally that white supremacy is the greatest threat to America today. They told us that.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with the idea that supremacy is bad, because I believe that it is. I think that if you think
Thank
you're
you.
better than
Let's have some principles, right? Any social group that claims supremacy, whatever ideology they want to promote, it's always wrong, right?
people, you're going to act like an like just generally, right? Like, I mean, if you viewed, other people like, cows or chickens, like you wouldn't treat them with the same level of humanity that you would a human. At least, I mean, most people would not. I mean, I love animals, but I still wouldn't, treat them the same way I treat a human.
Right.
Right? And so this idea of supremacy, that needs to be discussed. And for some reason, when it's Jewish supremacy, it's like this taboo topic. And I just don't think Americans want to ignore it anymore.
I love Dan, I love that he's taking a principled stance against Zionism. He's putting his face out there. He's putting his face to his convictions. He's standing on business. He's actually materially trying to change things. But I obviously have a bone of contention with his interpretation of history. And he'll say that he doesn't trust the goddamn thing that the government tells him. He's said that. He's tweeted that. I don't trust a goddamn thing that the U.S. government tells him. But then he'll go and spew CIA propaganda about the Bolsheviks, about Stalin, and about Mao. And I can't quite reconcile those two contradictory statements. And I also find it suspect that Noam Chomsky, who, somebody like Dan would revile because Noam is this leftist intellectual who is also a Jew. He actually has the same views about the Bolshevik Revolution that Dan does. It was a subversion, and they did all these crimes and stuff. So try to reconcile that Noam Chomsky and Dan Bilzerian feel the same way about the Soviet Union. Obviously, I don't like bastardizing real, authentic, working-class movements. But we'll move on. It's a conversation fit for an academic seminar. It's not exactly the most principal issue of our day. So I'm gonna give them a pass on that. And if we ever were having a conversation, obviously I would push back on that. But we have to take support where we can get it, right? So let's see. Let's keep going. Apparently Clavicular got a nose job. Look at this. He's 5 days into his recovery. That was him before. Here he is after. You can see how his nose is a little bit more pronounced. I'm sure he probably did that for the tax benefits, honestly, if you think about it. Look at this. Israeli settlers, including children, blocking the path of a Palestinian ambulance transporting a critically ill patient on the Nablus-Ramallah Road in the West Bank under the protection of the Israeli army, which is standing by and watching. They're just blocking the path of an ambulance, a Palestinian ambulance. It should be a war crime. Should be a crime. I mean, just put the pedal to the metal. What do we do? Well, I know that they couldn't do that, but what are we doing here? Hey, I appreciate that, Chris. You're a gem.
مستوطنين اولاد
Mr. President, I'm over 18. Okay, I'll be seeing you. Bye-bye. Look at this. This is a nice clip. This is the Knicks-Spurs game last night at Madison Square Garden. And guess who showed up? Donald Trump, the President himself. And look what happens when his image flashes on the screen there on the what do they call that? The Jumbotron during the national anthem. There he is. Everybody boos him. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Girly Gamer 86 for the subscription on the Twitch channel. I appreciate that. Look at this. This photo needs to be in U.S. history books. Fuck you, Mr. President. Look at this. Tucker Carlson says, I told Trump Netanyahu hates you. Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, they all hate you. The ones who pushed him into this war want to destroy him on behalf of Israel, and all he said was, yeah, I know. He's like, I can't do anything about it. They got me in the tapes, man.
He said, look, Netanyahu hates you. You know that. They don't like each other at all. The people pushing you toward this would include Rupert Murdoch, who despises you. Trump knows that, of course. Mark Thiessen has always hated you. Ben Shapiro, they hate you. Mark Levin hates you, as always.
But he's not doing it for them. He's doing it for the love of money.
He's hated you. Yes. The people pushing you to, I said this right to his face, the people pushing you to do this want to destroy you, and they're doing it on behalf of Israel, whose goals include getting the United States out of the Middle East. They don't want the U.S. in the Gulf because it strengthens the Gulf
They don't like our
state.
friendships there.
They don't like
What's a couple juveniles among friends?
our friendships there at all, because Qatar and UAE and Saudi, but also Bahrain, Oman, and Kuwait, but mainly those three countries are a massive rival to regional hegemony. You can't run the Middle East with strong Gulf states. And so they want the U.S. out. Israel wants the U.S. out of the Middle East, and they want to degrade those Gulf states. And I said that right to his face. And he said, yeah, I know.
Well, okay then. America is a golden calf, and we will suck it dry, chop it up, and sell it off piece by piece until there is nothing left but the world's biggest welfare state that we will create and control. This is what we do to countries that we hate. That is a direct quote from Benjamin Netanyahu in 1990. Look at that. Reporter, did you ask Netanyahu not to hit back? Trump, no, I said do what's right, but I want you to stop as quickly as you can because they have to stop. It has to do with Lebanon and it has to stop. No, I didn't say that, but I said, can you pretty please maybe think about maybe stopping anytime soon?
Immediately upon signing, which could be in 2 or 3 days. No, I said do what's right, but I want you to stop as quickly as you can because they have to stop.
Oh, well, the president said he wants you to stop. Oh, shit. Okay, anyway.
To do with Lebanon, and it has to stop. We want to get it finished. Immediately upon signing, which could be...
I don't know about you, but that looks like a man that is in control of the situation.
Israeli children that were killed on October 7th. Why isn't your heart breaking for the Palestinian children that are dying? My heart breaks for everyone who died. Why isn't Israeli life more valuable than a Palestinian life? Why?
I don't.
Have you seen the videos of the babies?
Let her answer. You've made your point, so if I hear you, let her answer.
Relative values. I think we have to be horrified by what happened on October 7th because it was wantonly and in cold blood. But those horrible things took place. That wasn't in...
This is like they still have not moved an inch in 3 years. No, you know, you can dispense with all the history. You can dispense with all of the entire track record of the Israeli occupation, all of the crimes that led to October 7th, the fact that it's resistance to occupation, that occupied countries don't have the right to self-defense in occupied territories. or occupying countries, I should say, don't have the right to self-defense in the territories that they occupy under international law. And still, they want to condemn Hamas. They want to condemn October 7th. You know, might as well, I mean, let's just hold that to account. You know, if you want to apply that to this historical moment, you have to apply it to every historical moment where you have the same power dynamic exerted between two social groups. You have the occupied, the occupiers. You have the oppressed, the oppressors. So can we now condemn, if we take that logic, can we now condemn the Jewish militias that revolted in the Warsaw ghettos, which killed indiscriminately, where they, you know, fashioned makeshift weaponry that was not precise? And should we also condemn all the slave revolts, you know, a la Norman Finkelstein? He loves to bring up the Nat Turner Rebellion. No abolitionist of slavery ever condemned any slave revolt on principle, because you recognize that the principal aggression was committed by the opposite side, the actual side that had the monopoly on violence. So, you know, resistance factions are only articulating a language that was imposed upon them, the language of violence. It's the only language that the oppressors understand. So how is that you know, they classify it like it's a genocide or some wanton, destructive, indiscriminate act of violence that was completely uncalled for. But we know that's absolutely not the case, right? I mean, violence has different qualities. There's different motivations for the violence committed by the oppressed and the violence committed by the oppressors. They're not the same, any way you want to slice it. I mean, they're done for completely different reasons. And only one, under international law, is sanctioned as legitimate, and the other is not. So they haven't moved an inch, you know. They're still saying these same talking points. It's like, we've moved past all this. You can't keep talking about October 7th without also acknowledging the context that gave rise to October 7th. Remember that resistance, you know, what we classify as radical extremists here in the West, that radical extremism is cultivated in the soil of repression.
War that was a deliberate act of the most horrible terror. I won't go over it again.
So again, they're classifying it as a deliberate act of terrorism is ridiculous. It's a lie. It's manufacturing consent. It's providing cover for the Israelis to continue their war crimes, providing justification for their aggressions where there is none. Here are the three most famous men in the world. All had some kind of beef with the Jews. I didn't know that. I never would have thought that I would see a meme where Jesus, Michael Jackson, and Hitler would all be in the same picture. But there you have it. So these are some more feel-good stories. An Italian espresso house in Berlin kicks out Israeli tourists over their Israeli flag. Let's take a look and laugh with glee. In Berlin, no less. This is like another Holocaust. I remember this happening in the 40s. In the 30s. They kicked us out of the cafe in the 30s.
Abstand halten. Abstand halten.
That's big balls on this cafe owner for doing that in Berlin. Because isn't that a hate crime?
طبعا هاي طردهم طبعا يلا برا طردوكو.
Get your toilet paper out of here. We have plenty of toilet paper in the bathroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Fuck out of here.
House.
Fuck out of here.
يلا out.
Fuck out of here. Another angle of that loud booing that Trump received. Oh, God, like music to my ears. Yes. Yes. We hate you. Finally, the American people hate President Trump as much as President Trump hates the American people. Here he is getting booed and heckled as he leaves New York City. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on, Trump. Fucking shutting down Fifth Avenue so you can take a nap at the fucking NBA Finals. Asshole. And they lost. Bitch. I don't care. Fuck the Knicks. I hope they lose. I don't give a shit. It's just sports ball. Who cares, right? JFK, thank you for that super chat. Here's Matt Baker talking about Section 224.
At this point in the game, it's impossible to ignore it. I tried, Stu. I wanted to be a normal, regular, rational human being and not say, like Alex Jones says, Jew, 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 Jew. You're still fighting the globalists. You're still fighting Bill Gates. And you're ignoring all of the new troops, all of the new chess pieces being put on the board around you. It's not a coincidence that they're about to put us into checkmate with this 224.
Oh,
At this point, Stu, I'm like, has it been 2 years yet? Last time I was on, I was like,
I normally don't trust a white guy in dreads, but this guy is spitting.
I'm like, I don't really feel like we should be getting the Jews out of the country. And you're like, I give it 2 years. I think it's about a year and a half now. I'm still not quite there yet, but out of the
I did.
government,
I said,
100%.
give it 2 years. You'll be back here agreeing with me, just as the rest of the population spent 2 years disagreeing with me on, COVID-19 and the lethal injection bioweapon kill shots. And then they were like, oh my God, he's right, to the extent that they let me back on YouTube.
And to be fair,
what I
did say to you yesterday,
I don't even think it's been 2 years, because this shit has just been thrown in your face unrelentingly, and there's nobody that can miss it.
Yeah, and to be fair, what I did send those clips was basically, I would like Alex Jones to have you back on now that he's getting to these positions. As you were like just berating Alex in the thing, I was like, oh no, come on, don't go so hard on Alex. But then you play the clip of him calling you a satanic demon for claiming the lavalier mic theory, and then he now says it himself.
Opening remarks.
All right, that's a 30-minute clip. We're not going to watch the whole thing. Here's a classic meme, apparently. I never saw this one, but here's Beavis and Butthead. Did you know that? The likeness is uncanny. It's beautiful. The Prime Minister of Israel said this evening that a year ago we launched... Well, let's see. Is he talking English here? Let's see.
אזרחי ישראל היקרים, לפני שנה יצאנו...
I don't want to listen to that demon. I'm sorry. Trigger warning. Can't stand him. He might be dead by the end of the year. Allegedly. I mean, maybe. I mean, he's looking very badly lately. And people are speculating, is the cancer finally eating his ass? Let's see, should we read this statement? He says, a year ago we launched a historic preemptive strike against Iran's intention to destroy us with atomic bombs. We thwarted this immediate threat that had been brewing for 40 years, of course, and we also eliminated the tyrant Khamenei. It's weird. What's the name of the guy that's still in charge in Iran? Oh, that's right, Khamenei. If we had not acted in time and with overwhelming force, we would not be here today, he says. If he's not fear-mongering, I mean, is he even breathing? He says, I pledge again, Iran will not have nuclear weapons. With that same determination, we acted against Hezbollah as well. Oh, because Hezbollah's going to have a nuclear weapon too, huh? Any minute now. Hezbollah planned to invade the Galilee with thousands of terrorists, and at the same time, it planned to devastate Israel's cities with 150,000 missiles and rockets. Jesus Christ. We thwarted this threat as well, and we eliminated Nasrallah. You did? You eliminated Nasrallah. Did you eliminate Hezbollah? No. So how can you say you eliminated the threat? And I would like to tell you our heroic fighters are tearing Hezbollah to pieces. That's not what I heard. I heard that the IDF is imploding. And according to IDF commanders, they're like, we can't sustain this. He says we continue to destroy all their TEWO infrastructure in the security zone, including massive underground facilities in the Beaufort Ridge, so massive that they are unlike anything I have ever seen. It's because your eyes have been glued to your butthole, Nosferatu. Right? God, I hate this guy. Iran and Hezbollah are weaker than ever. We should fact check them on that. We are stronger than ever, but our battle against them is still not finished. In the last 24 hours, Iran and Hezbollah tried to impose a new equation upon us. Yeah, that's right. What is the new equation, class? The new equation is the new strategic agreement that Iran has issued for the Middle East, where they have proclaimed that Hezbollah, Lebanon, Palestine are part of the defensive infrastructure belonging to Iran, and if they are threatened, then Iran will retaliate. Of course, Netanyahu finds this intolerable and unacceptable. Thank you for the supers. I'm sorry if I skipped it. Important pushback, I think. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I'm sorry if I missed your super. If it'll disappear after a certain amount of time, so I'm not sure if I can go back to it. Thank you, Chris. Impossible to bridge the reality we're facing with the inverted version of it. Yeah, narrated by U.S. EU media. Ignorance is acceptable. Choosing it is not. Thank you. That is a great way of putting it. Don't choose ignorance, folks. You just don't do it. Never go full Israel. It's not advised. They thought they would fire at Israel from Lebanese territory, he says, and from Iran, and we would not act. That did not happen, and it will not happen. Not on my watch. Just as I have done for decades, I stand firmly on our right to act against our enemies. This is how we acted now as well. After Hezbollah fired into Israel territory, I ordered the IDF to attack terror targets in Beirut and to eliminate Hezbollah operatives there. We did that. After Iran attacked Israel, I instructed the IDF to attack military and economic targets throughout Iran, and we did that too. At the moment, we are holding our fire because after we struck the terror regime in Tehran, it ceased attacking us. He's trying to big time us right now. Look, I'm in charge. I don't take shit from nobody. In the event that the terror regime in Iran makes the mistake of resuming attacks on us, we will respond with overwhelming force. Israel's a full right to self-defense, and we are exercising it to the extent necessary. I say this to you just as I say this with appreciation and respect in my good conversations with my good friend President Trump. With unity, determination, and wisdom, we will protect the state of Israel. Together with God's help, we will restore security to the north. I don't think that's going to happen. There's still there's like tens of thousands of settlers that have yet to return. They don't have the right to return to their own promised land. Can you believe that? Netanyahu had one job: keep the Jews safe in their poopy land, because they were chosen for it. They told us. We're the chosen pee hole. And yet, they had one job and they can't even do it. It's like the one time that finally the Jews get their state, and what do? They commit a genocide. Fuck. Son of a shit. Hate when that happens. Remember that meeting that Donald Trump stormed out of? This was him on the ride back, apparently. He did not look good. That motherfucker was red in the face. He was embarrassed. His knees buckled. He did not look strong. Did you see how fast they took Trump's face off the screen once the crowd erupted in boos? Never mind, stop booing, stop noticing. Speaking of notice, tap that fucking notice button, will you? God damn it. Jeez. Hello. Come on, we're trying to get to 1,000 likes. I know that we can do it. Don't be a little bitch. Thomas Massie did a commendable thing in Congress the other day. I think this was yesterday. 59 years ago today, he says, Israel attacked the USS Liberty in international waters. 34 crew members were killed. 174 were wounded by the IDF. I heard some analysis by this, I forget who it was, but they were talking about how LBJ was probably blackmailed by Israel. And once he learned that it was Israel that attacked the USS Liberty, he made no effort to pursue any investigation or even talk about it. And that's because he was, you know, I mean, think about what happened to the last president before LBJ when that president tried to defy Israel and the CIA. So he said, you know what, we're not going to worry about the USS Liberty now. Well, now it's finally coming to light. Thomas Massie is reversing that trend. Today I spoke on the House floor, says he, to honor the fallen and to recognize the survivors who were present in the gallery.
We now recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massie, for 5 minutes.
I request unanimous consent to revise and extend my marks and to introduce other material into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, it's my great honor, maybe one of the biggest honors of my lifetime, to stand here on the floor and do something that's 59 years overdue, to recognize the survivors and those who gave their lives on the USS Liberty 59 years ago today, when they were viciously attacked by IDF jets and also after that by torpedo boats. I'm going to tell you a little bit of their story. And there, by the way, there's at least a dozen of them here today with us. I just met with them in my office, and they related this story to me. You know, it was a clear day. The USS Liberty was one of the most technical...
My point was that both Dan and Noam Chomsky had disparaging remarks for the Soviet Union and inaccurately interpreted that authentic working-class struggle. And, you know, they basically believe that it was a subversion. And it doesn't matter necessarily that whatever, you know, justification they want to add to that. It's a bastardization of what the Soviet Union represented. So that's my point.
Logically sophisticated ships in the Navy, but it was virtually unarmed, and it was sent to observe the six-day war going on in the Middle East between Israel and its neighbors. It arrived on June 7th, and the weather was clear. The planes came out to meet them, to investigate. And then on the next day, on June 8th, they started the day. The visibility was unlimited. The American flag
And yes, of course, Lenin centralized power. He was under invasion from 14 other imperialist countries, and he was facing sabotage internally by the CIA. I mean, you know, these people were facing imperialism. They were facing the United States. They were facing Western Europe, and they were, you know, an antagonism to the capitalist system. So yeah, they had to stratify their government, okay? We don't live in a fairy tale, all right? Things don't happen in isolation. That's what you gotta realize. You know, I mean, Zelensky also centralized his power. Why are you not crying about Zelensky being a dictator?
Flying proudly on the USS Liberty. More planes came from Israel to surveil the boat, the ship. And they thought they were in good shape, but what happened next surprised them all. French Mirage jets showed up, and for 25 minutes, strafed and attacked the USS Liberty. They shot rockets. They shot 30-millimeter cannons into the hull and into the ship. They even dropped napalm on the bridge of the ship. This was an effort.
My point is that, like, if you want to, you know, I'm still thinking about the Soviet and, like, Dan and all this. It's like, whatever reason that you give to defame the Soviet Union, it serves the same purpose. It serves the same entities. It serves the CIA. It serves the State Department. It serves the Pentagon. So wasting time talking about popular, authentic, working-class movements and shitting on them for whatever reason ultimately serves the same entity that you claim to not, you know, believe anything that they say. You claim that you stand against them, but you're actually promoting their talking points.
To kill everybody on board. There was no intention of taking prisoners. After the 25 grueling minutes of attack on this virtually unarmed ship, and they thought things were over and they could recover, the torpedo boats showed up, 3 torpedo boats. They launched 4 torpedoes. One of them hit the hull of the USS Liberty and killed 25 people instantly. It blew a 40-foot by 40-foot hole in the side of this ship. They were intent on sinking it. But they were also intent on not having a single survivor. According to eyewitness accounts, the Israelis machine-gunned the lifeboats that they put down.
And they took one of the lifeboats and put them in a naval museum in Haifa as like a little commemoration of their attack on the USS Liberty. I mean, what the fuck are we doing with these people? Why are we allies with them? They've started wars against us. You know, it's conventional wisdom to say that in the Six-Day War, 1967, that Israel started, that it started a war with 3 countries, Syria, Jordan, well, I guess Syria, Jordan, Egypt, and Palestine, although people don't consider Palestine a country. But really, it was also the United States was involved. So they started wars with like 4 or 5 countries, actually. But nobody considers that an act of war against the United States. But it's true. Israel has started a war against, I mean, technically, they committed an act of war against the United States in 1967. And in any other context, that would be grounds for a wider escalation between the 2 countries. But not so, because Israel obviously controls the U.S. government.
They machine-gunned the firefighters who were on the deck. They were bringing the wounded and the dead to the mess hall to triage them. They had one doctor who was trying to help them all, put a few stitches in. It was harrowing.
You know, you say capitalism and communism agreed on one thing: a European ethnic group attempting to create a government that served its people was unacceptable. I'm not quite sure I understand. Oh, I thought maybe you were saying that, you know, the Chinese are European ethnics. I was like, wait, what about China, though?
And it's amazing. If not for that crew, that boat would have sunk that day. But it still wasn't over. Helicopters showed up.
Also, that's just a dumb comment. That's not at all correct. They agreed that a European ethnic group attempting to create a government that served its people was unacceptable. That's just dumb. What exactly are you talking about? You think that because the Nazis decided to start a war against the Soviet Union, that's why that had nothing to do with why the communists decided to go to war with the Nazis? They were like, you know, they're having too good of a time out there in Germany. We need to stop them from creating their government, which is supposed to stand for the... You think the Nazis were standing for the people of Germany? Come on. If that's big, if true, and if that is true, look what happened.
Combat helicopters. And the USS Liberty, even though their signals were being jammed...
Yeah, it sounds like support for Nazis, right? This might not be the stream for you if you're going to spew Nazi propaganda.
...by the Israelis, got a signal out. And there were ships that...
Holy shit, we just got 50 gifted subscriptions to the community from an anonymous user. I can't possibly think who that might be. That is awesome. Wow, it put a big smile on my face. Thank you so much, anonymous user. Look at all these new submarinos. Wowzers. I am very blessed. What a mystery, says Martin. The dark money is in, as well as the fix. I got my Qatari pack money, finally. Okay, I can sign off now. I'll see you guys later.
Tried to respond. The USS Saratoga, the USS America sent planes. Both of them sent planes to help the USS Liberty. And something happened that's never happened before. A ship under attack, the planes were recalled. This has never happened before. And they sat there for 17 hours. 34 dead, 174 wounded, out of 294 crew members. That's over 70% casualty rate, unheard of. The Israelis were intent on leaving no survivor. And what about our own military? Why did they not send anybody for 17 hours to help these men? So what really happened? You know, the official reports say that it was a case of mistaken identity. But if you listen...
There's like absolutely no plausibility to that excuse, by the way, that it was a case of mistaken identity. I've learned that U.S. Navy ships are unique in the way that they look, and no other ship obviously looks like a U.S. Navy ship. The Israelis, the IDF, would have certainly well known that that was a U.S. ship. It's just no plausibility to that narrative, by the way. All right, we got a hype train started in the Twitch chat. Very much appreciated. Thanks, guys, for supporting the stream. That is exciting. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
To Dean Rusk, former Secretary of State, Richard Helms, CIA Director, Bobby Ray Inman, head of the NSA, Captain Ward Boston, who was the chief counsel of the Court of Inquiry. If you listen to Admiral Moore, who served in Pearl Harbor, Midway, commanded both the Atlantic and Pacific Fleet, and was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, none of these distinguished men think this was an accident. They think it was intentional murder by the country of Israel, either as a false flag operation or because they simply didn't.
Yeah, if you're referring to the NDAA Section 224 Policy Act that just got passed in Congress, I do know about that, yes. I haven't really done a deep dive on it. I mean, people are obviously speculating about how, I mean, I really want to learn minutely how exactly they plan on tethering formally the Israeli military. Thank you, Likes Veggies. Tethering the Israeli military with the Pentagon, as if that's not already the case, you know. But they're apparently laying the groundwork to make it just inseparable going forward, meaning that it can't be undone. But I really wonder as to how they're able to make that happen, you know. I'd like to go in and, like I said, do a deep dive and figure out what exactly it means, but maybe that's something we can take a look at.
Want anybody observing what they were doing that day? Well, I've got a call to action for everybody here. Honor these individuals. Quit ignoring that they exist. Go to their website, ussliberty.org. Support them. And while they're still alive, they need closure. Let's give them closure. Let's have an investigation. Let's pass a resolution honoring them. It's long overdue. And then they can have their justice. With that, I yield back. And I ask unanimous consent.
Thank you, Squishmallow, gifting a Tier 1 subscription to Meggie. Oh, God. Anyone but Meggie.
Enter into the record a declaration of Ward Boston.
She's not here, is she? Is she here? Oh, my God, she's here. Oh, hi, Meggie. We love Meggie. It's my favorite.
Declaring that the only official court of inquiry was invalid.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes.
Okay, he yielded. I shouted.
Now recognize the.
And now we move on. The actual booing of Trump is much louder and longer than what ABC broadcasted. Let's take a look. Look, you notice how they smile. They're like, yeah, all right. They don't like us. Look, there's Steve Witkoff. gay. That was really gay, the way that he sang it. I don't really hear any more boos. I don't know what that's all about there. Okay. Does he ever put... Okay, finally. Here's exclusive leaked video and audio. Netanyahu confronting Trump, saying, "You call the shots? Bibi is furious. Does Trump fold? Zero spoilers. Watch how it unfolds."
Bibi, please. I'm sorry. They need to think that I call the shots. That's why I said that.
I mean, you understand, right?
All right, Tripitaka. Thank you.
Please say something. Hello?
What the fuck did you call me?
I said daddy.
I said daddy. Do you see the sheet there? Look at his desk there. Just fries, hamburger wrappers, a Diet Coke, a couple Diet Cokes, a Big Mac, and of course the golden pager that he was gifted by Netanyahu. ...
Riddle me this. Kennedy, Kirk, Khamenei. What do they all have in common, Donald?
Oh, he's got to think.
KK, my God, KKK.
No, you stupid Gentile shit. All those Big Macs are rotting your little brain. All three of those men pissed me off. And look what happened to them. I won my fucking war.
But weren't you like 12 when Kennedy was assassinated?
I was 14.
That's not the point.
Listen.
I was just thinking that too.
Way.
I was like, wait, JFK. Wait.
Be the good boy that we paid for, or else.
Bibi, Daddy, hello?
Oh shit. He's like, oh no. Is the Oval Office about to call the shots? A forbidden picture. Power doesn't ask, it commands. That was beautiful. Here's a shot of the U.S. Apache helicopter, not the specific one that was downed. They say that Iran downed the Apache helicopter, but Iran denies this. And to that I say, what if the helicopter just had Down syndrome? No? It's not funny? All right. I love this. I reposted this. It's a riff on a popular meme. The quote says, "Just bomb whoever you want. We have the entire U.S. government graping kids on video." Jeffrey Epstein shows Bibi the hack. He's like, "It's all right. We got it hacked, bro. It's all good. Go ahead. Do your thing. Do your thing, Wody." Here are the 4 most unpopular state leaders in Europe meeting in an effort to seem relevant. I don't know who this tall guy is, but I know that's Zelensky, Keir Starmer, and Macron. This has got to be a Nordic man, right? Norway, Sweden, Denmark, maybe? I'm not sure. The comments are pretty funny, though. Look. That's cute. They all kiss. It's not. It's sweet. It's nice. It's warm. It's cordial. They did a 3-way kiss too, and then a 4-way, and then I think Macron kissed Keir Starmer's neck. That was lovely. I feel uncomfortable now. Oh brother, where art thou? Oh, that's more like it.
I only want to help Israel now. This is no good. I need more money. I mean, have you seen...
It's got some booger sugar in there.
Price of cocaine in the street? Cocaine is very expensive. If you send me money, I will turn every Ukrainian into a Jew. We will all be Jews now. But we need money. Just a little bit of money.
we need the
Just
money.
a couple of billion. That's it. Okay. I will literally get on a plane, go to America, and everyone's dick in Congress right now. America only want to help Israel now.
Shit,
This is
I
no
gotta
good.
take this phone
I need
call.
more money.
Son of a bitch.
I mean, have you seen price of cocaine in the street?
Here, watch
cocaine
this
is
for a
But I
very
appreciate you guys
expensive.
joining in. Appreciate you guys listening.
just a
And I'm
second.
going to see you on the next link.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. No, you're not a joke to me. I promise you, I love you all. Of course, the one link I throw up is like, it ends immediately. That's so shitty of me, I'm so sorry. Why would I do that? Woo! Okay. I need to catch my breath. As you can see. Oh man. I had to do a quickie with your mom. It was just, she really puts me to work.
The army says it's targeting Hezbollah sites, but locals say residential and commercial areas are being hit.
I'll be right back.
Well, tens of thousands of people are fleeing Tyre after Israel ordered the city's entire population of Lebanese civilians to leave. These were the scenes on the city's coastal highway earlier on Tuesday. The forced displacement order includes the urban centre's Christian quarter. And Israeli forces have killed an armed gunman who crossed from the Lebanese border into Israel. The Israeli army said the man opened fire on troops operating in the Upper Galilee area near the northern border. Still ahead on Al Jazeera. Protesters and police face off in Kenya, where a plan to create an Ebola quarantine facility for US citizens has sparked outrage.
Is the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran dragging the world to an economic meltdown? Join me, Steve Clemens, every week where I'll bring you the latest analysis on the global fallout of this conflict. Pull apart fact from fiction and get to the bottom line.
Your weekly take on U.S. politics, the bottom line.
Holding the powerful to account as we examine the U.S.'s role in the world on Al Jazeera.
Tripoli, Lebanon's second largest city, is sheltering hundreds of thousands of refugees fleeing Israeli bombardment in the south. And 25-year-old Angelina volunteers to provide essential aid to the displaced. But with pressures at work and skyrocketing living costs, she's increasingly...
So sorry about that. Wow, that was so unprofessional of me. I had to do it, though. I had to do it. Duty calls. All right, wait, let's go back to where we were. This is where we were, right? You're feeling neglected. I'm so sorry. I think you'll live, though. Right? It's not that bad. All right, let me get situated here. Alan McLeod says, never believe anyone who tells you a better world is not possible. Here is a headline about Mexico. Mexico cuts work week, bans after-hours contact, and guarantees no worker will take a pay cut in the most sweeping labor reform in a generation. That's right, everybody. A better world is possible. Don't believe what they tell you. Nay. I know, I'm still wheezing. I'm sorry. I'm a bit out of shape. All right, let's see. Brianna Joy Gray says AOC has repeatedly criticized. Wait, let's just take a look at this clip.
I think it's going to be very difficult for them to put the shine back on Israel because the whole world has seen what Israel has done and has been doing for almost 3 years. Well, for 80 years, really. But in terms of this genocide and many more people were waking up to it, we're talking about since October 7th. And this hasn't stopped. The month of May was the bloodiest month in Gaza of the whole year. Israel killed 119 Palestinians in the month of May. This is supposed to be a ceasefire. Since the so-called ceasefire in Gaza began in October, Israel has killed 936 Palestinians there. Can you imagine if Palestinians had killed 936 Israelis, or 96 Israelis, or 9 Israelis during this so-called ceasefire, how much coverage there would be? We'd know all their names. No coverage of this. And that's not to mention Lebanon.
Don't speak about the Polish like that, Hoxa.
Where Israel is carrying out the same style of massacres every day. And so it's this situation where public opinion is increasing. You know, in the United States, in particular, but all over the world. But in the US, we have this historic shift where majority opinion is now negative towards Israel. We haven't seen that at least in the 30 years that I've been looking at these things. And among Democrats, it's 85, 90% negative views of Israel. But even on the right, we're seeing that. And we're seeing a debate about that. Should we embrace people like Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens, when they're very critical of Israel, calling it out for genocide? There's people who saying, oh, well, we should, they're on the right wing and they have another agenda. My answer to that is I'm not going to criticize anybody who calls out Israeli genocide.
He's speaking about right here. Norman Finkelstein.
That doesn't mean I agree with them on every single issue, but what am I going to say to them? Don't talk about the genocide? What that highlights to me is why have so many so-called left liberal politicians or pundits left the space open?
He is so on point. This is exactly the point that I have tried to articulate. What he said is that what that really highlights is that the left is, dropping the ball on this. Why are the strongest voices in this space that are against genocide, against Israel, why are they from the right? If you're butthurt about all these traditionally, historically right-wing people being loud voices against Israel, well, maybe step up your game a little bit, Why have we left so much space open for them to occupy, no pun intended?
Open to them. AOC is unhappy that she's repeatedly criticized Marjorie Taylor Greene for being insincere about criticizing the genocide in Gaza.
So silly.
Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene has used much stronger language in calling out this genocide than AOC, and nobody is stopping AOC from using the same language. So my answer is, if you don't want to see Tucker Carlson or whoever else it is,
they're going further than what AOC is. I mean, AOC is a devout Zionist, She's still carrying water for the Israeli regime. She's still crying about anti-Semitism almost daily now. And now she's butthurt that other people have taken a more hardlined stance against genocide, against Israel. It's like nobody's stopping you from using this rhetoric. You can't have it both ways,
filling up this space and speaking out against the Israeli genocide, then you do it.
Exactly. I have never heard a talking point from Ali Abunimah that I disagreed with. His analysis is razor sharp. It's another day ending in Y, and Elon Musk is crying about the white genocide and the fact that he's a victim. The world's richest person is also a victim. He's not happy. Things are not going his way.
Overnight, Israel carried out historic first blow to prevent a nuclear attack on Israel. I reiterate my commitment. Iran will not have nuclear weapon. The same determination we acted also against. Overnight, Israel carried out.
I'm pretty sure Iran has a nuclear weapon now. Isn't that ironic? The very thing they sought to stop, to prevent, is the very thing they accelerated and facilitated. This is a crazy clip of German police attacking a woman for saying "Free Palestine." Look at this. Jesus Christ. Dude, thank God they're taking care of the criminals roaming the streets, right? Now I feel much safer. Look at that. How many fucking police officers does it take to neutralize one Palestinian protester? I'm sorry you're getting ads, but just know that every time you watch an ad, it helps me out. I'm sorry, those are that's it, you know? That's how I am able to Oh, let's see. Iran's World Cup team arrived in Mexico wearing pins with the number 168. Look at that. Remembering the 168 school children that were killed by an American airstrike. 6. 1 to hold her down and 5 to block the cameras. There you go. How many IDFs does it take to change a light bulb? Here's what really happened in that famous interview where Donald Trump crashed out.
Why now? Mr. Trump, calm down right now. I hate this. Why? Stop this. You're making a mess. I don't care. Why? That's it. We're done here. We go. Why now? Mr. Trump, calm down.
Look at it. How he looks up, confounded. Very nice. Okay, let's see if there's anything else I could show you here. Yeah, Donald Trump's apparently threatening Netanyahu. You could be left alone against Iran, but that was yesterday, and we're back to bombing Iran today. Let's see.
Demonstration against a planned U.S.-funded facility to quarantine Americans exposed to the Ebola.
We're just bouncing around here. Stick with us. We're covering all the latest and breaking news, and here's the latest from Al Jazeera.
The virus. Police have been firing tear gas to disperse the crowds. Demonstrators in the central town of Nanyuki are demanding the closure of the isolation center at an airbase.
Oh, you know what? I think there was a, let's see, is it called Breaking Points? Robert Pape did another interview, I think, earlier today we could take a look at, maybe giving us an update on where we stand with this war right now. This is from, let's see, this is from 8 hours ago.
Solutions. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and start with B1. This really caught our interest, Professor. Curious for your reaction. The commander of the IRGC Quds Force issued a very interesting statement yesterday. He said that they would establish a new security belt of resistance that from the Strait of Hormuz to the Bab al-Mandeb Strait off of Yemen and then to the Gulf to the Red Sea. According to these new comments by state media, they are now using the term resistance or axis of resistance to refer to Iranian allies in the region from Hezbollah to Yemen's Houthis. What do you make of this new term of the axis of resistance, this security belt comment in the context of everything that's been happening here in this war?
This is more evidence for the new stage of the war that we've entered into. We just passed day 100 of the Iran war. There is no end in sight.
No end
we are
in
not
sight,
at the
folks.
end. We are in the middle game.
We're in the middle of the ship.
And in the middle game, the most distinctive feature, which has happened for weeks, and this, what you just showed is strong evidence of it, is that Iran has moved from survival to ambition. Let me say that again. Iran is no longer just considering how does it survive. Iran is moving from survival to ambition. You see that in its behavior. You see that a week ago, it responds to relatively minor strikes here by the U.S. by upping the ante to put pressure on Kuwait and Bahrain. They are not just doing tit for tat. They are using a version of their own escalation dominance to put pressure on those Gulf states to withdraw American forces from their territory. almost at the same time, they threaten Israel. You attack Hezbollah's strongholds in Beirut, that's Iran's key ally, and Iran is going to punish, going to retaliate. This is part of that new red line that you just showed. They are extending an umbrella. They are not just worrying about survival in Tehran. They're extending an umbrella, a new architecture. That is a new ambition. And then last week, right at the end of last week, the senior advisor to the supreme leader made a statement almost identical to what you just showed, except did not define the umbrella area so clearly. Used the same geographic space, by the way, but not that clear set of red lines. So what you are seeing is that Iran has gained power in the opening stage. That's like the opening in chess. It has gained power. And in the middle game, it's not just happy going for a draw. It's going to extend that power in a more ambitious way.
And Martin, survival, ambition. It's a different architecture.
Middle game with this new security architecture, and I'm glad to say a bit more about that, but this middle game, this is going to go on, folks, through the summer. We are almost surely now going to have the new crisis in the world economy based on Iran's behavior and rhetoric. This is almost locked in. The world may not fully expect it, but this is what you would expect. This is what the direction of the modeling for the 20 years would expect. And then I'm sorry to also say this is not just going to end on Labor Day. Donald Trump extended the naval blockade to Labor Day as if this is going to be over by Labor Day, which of course very convenient for him with the midterms. However, that's not where Iran's thinking is. If Iran can hurt its opponents through the midterms, as the United States and also Israel, Netanyahu has elections coming, it's going to take advantage of that. So we need to expect that this middle game is going to go on through the summer, through the new economic crisis, into the fall and midterms, and probably into January. That's the true middle game we are facing.
Fuck my ass.
So if that's where Iran is, they've moved from survival to ambition. What is Trump's perspective? What are his thoughts? Because we've been tracking on the show how you had the situation where Israel was struck by Iran. Trump.
We did it, Garble. We did it. I'd like to thank the Academy.
Tells a bunch of reporters, I don't want Israel to retaliate. Then Israel retaliates anyway. He's now saying, oh, well, I understand that they had to do that limited strike, but now they're done. But of course, this morning we see headlines that they continue to strike inside of Lebanon. So in any case, what do you think is going on in terms of Trump's calculus and how all of that unfolded?
Trump's calculus? You think this motherfucker knows calculus? Are you crazy?
Yeah, so what Trump is doing, first let's just explain, as Iran has gained power, America has
I just saw Trump, he's eating a Big Mac.
Lost strategic position. These are a direct trade-off of each other. Trump's rhetoric and phone calls and statements are as if he was still the dominant power.
Yeah, he still thinks that he is in charge. I like how he talks like he's trying to educate toddlers. Donald Trump, not in charge. He thinks he's in charge, but that doesn't comport with the facts on the ground. I could do a good Robert Pape impression, don't I?
Is acting as if he is still in control. In fact, he has been saying, I am in control. Well, the fact is, Trump is losing control as his strategic position has declined. And control is not defined by what the actor President Trump says, I have control. It's defined by how others are reacting. So point number one, the Iranians have said, and this is what the advisor to the Supreme Leader said late last week, that they're just going to ignore what Trump says about negotiations. It's not they're going to respond to it tit for tat. They're just ignoring him. They don't think it has any reality, and they've laid out their demands in public, which means they're digging their heels in, and they don't really care what President Trump says anymore.
Yeah, I don't. Is there anybody here that thinks that Donald Trump calls the shots? I think he calls the shits. Oop, sorry, I let one slip.
That's what they've said, and their behavior would reflect that. Israel also, they're still taking, Netanyahu is still taking President Trump's calls. Okay, so I'm not saying that they've gone that far in not taking the call. They're taking the call, but Netanyahu did not follow Trump's orders. Trump tried to order Netanyahu not.
Why do old people dye their hair? It doesn't look good. It never comes off right.
To retaliate, and what happened? Netanyahu
just accept the grays, man. You're living a lie. Who do you think you're fooling?
Launched airstrikes.
You're not going to be able to recapture your youth. Those days are gone. All right, it's time to embrace the new you, and the new you has very little hair, and the hair that you do have is gray. So it's
Iran in western and central Iran against some key targets. So this is the opposite of listening to President Trump. President Trump is losing control because his behavior and rhetoric has.
Why do you have to remind me about Rudy Giuliani? Now I'm thinking about the fucking ink that was sweating down his face.
Been as if he had not lost that strategic position.
Right.
Well, in war, the realities dictate everything. You can try to have your happy talk, and that's what President Trump is doing. But this is being ignored because the happy talk is irrelevant. We all see the realities, and that's true in much of the American public. That's true in the leadership, and that is why President Trump.
That's right. He's making a very ambitious stance with dyeing his hair.
Words seem to have no reality to them. It's because there is no reality to his words, and we know this. How long has it been? Let me just ask you.
This is exactly my thoughts too. Thank you. Holy fart burger.
The listeners should ask, how long has it been that they have heard President Trump say that the negotiations with Iran are just about to be settled? Well, I went back before we came on. I just thought I would just check for myself, and this could be a game that listeners could do on Google. I found
nobody's gonna be doing this game, okay, Robert?
It goes back to March 29th. Okay, so that's 72 days of this. Now, if your listeners can, it's like beat the professor. Maybe I missed one before.
That's because you're a real one, Saeed. And real ones don't dye their hair.
So just let me know if they found one going back earlier than March 29th.
Yeah.
But that's 72 days of almost every day or every other day hearing. We're only days away from the deal with
just like we're only days away from Iran having a nuclear weapon.
Iran. So you could see as Iran's ambitions grow, as it extends its umbrella, it's spreading its wings, why he would be losing control.
Mm-hmm. Professor, you had a prediction here, or just a statement on our show many months ago. You said Iran has become a new regional world power. I put that clip out. I got quite a lot of criticism, mostly from the Israeli lobby. And what I found fascinating, actually, is watching some of this proof out. And so yesterday, when we saw Iran enforce its red line of strikes on Lebanon, for the first time in its modern history, to actually use that as a pretext explicitly to enforce regional action, how did that prove out, that original statement that you made, to watch such a change in their own strategic behavior?
Yeah, so to be clear, I made that public statement in a New York Times piece on April 4th,
that's right.
Where I said Iran is emerging as the fourth center of world power. And also, to be clear, I didn't say that that would happen in a day. I said it would take about 18 months. They were on a trajectory to do that. And I didn't say they would become stronger than the United States. So some people, when you get in these debates, they kind of straw man it a little bit to say over, hemisphere, but Iran would be the fourth center of world power. Now, what did I mean by that? The United States is the strongest state in the world, and it's a hegemon in its region of the world, the Western Hemisphere. China is the second strongest, and it wants to be and almost is a hegemon in Asia. Russia is the third strongest, and it is vying to become the hegemon in Eastern Europe. That's what's happening with the battle with Ukraine. And who else is a hegemon? There's no other regional hegemons. Iran would be the fourth regional hegemon in the Gulf. That is the dominant state in the Gulf. And what does that look like? That looks like a state which has a sphere of influence, not just worrying about its own narrow protection. And that's what's true of all those other three states. And also, I believe this will also mean that it will protect its allies. And that's exactly what you are seeing here. So this is, we're used to thinking of Hezbollah as like the puppet or the pawn that is expendable to support Iran. This is the other way around. This is Iran establishing a sphere of influence, and it's also extending to the Houthis. So if there's a whole sphere here that is being defined, and that's
he does kind of talk like Professor Zhang.
Sphere of.
I think there's more credibility to Robert Pape than there is in the fingernail of. I'm sure there's more credibility in the fingernail of Robert Pape than there is in the entirety of Professor Zhang.
Influence, and it is acting to do, and by the way, it's gaining success because its threats, its stronger power.
Nobody's bothering me. Who? Oh, people outside? No.
Compelled.
These people are. I'm talking about you. Yeah, you. You're bothering me. You've been bothering me since the start of this stream.
President Trump to make those phone calls to put pressure on Israel to pull back. And the fact is, without Iran gaining power, Donald Trump would never have made those phone calls on the behavior just because Iran was making a threat. So you are seeing reality to that prediction I made 2 months ago, and this will go on over time. I believe Iran's position.
Saeed, I am very bothered right now, okay, specifically by you, all right? So you got your wish.
As the fourth center of world power will emerge drip by drip by drip. Over the summer, this will get even stronger because as the crisis hits the world's economy, basically end of June to July, we don't know the exact date, but we know that it's coming. This will strengthen Iran's position in the region and also in the world. So you are seeing the emergence of a fourth center of world power right in front of our eyes. I'm not surprised people were skeptical of this argument because we haven't seen that in our lifetime.
Right.
When was the last time you saw the emergence of a center of world power? Not in our lifetime. That China happened very, very slowly and was already a pretty powerful state.
Robert Pape has never been inside my pants. Then he would know. There is another power emerging. No?
You have to go to back history. This is like Prussia in the 19th century to really kind of put this in some.
Check out the fifth pillar that's emerging inside my panties.
Historical perspective.
That's fascinating.
So it's not truly.
Yes, I said panties.
Unique, and it's a function of not just the economy of Iran. That's how we often measure power, just raw economy. It's the geography. It is the geography plus the technology. That's what helped Prussia. So this is a little bit different calculus. We have seen bits of this before, but I am not surprised there was some pushback. And I believe this is going to be one of the gigantic outcomes. It's going to reshape the world coming out of this war. This war is not like the Greenland issue. It's not like Venezuela. This is a different animal. It was always going to be a different animal. And
check this out. Ilan Mizrahi says reports are coming in from all over about American attacks in Iran right now, and Israeli attacks are on the way. It looks like the big war may have just begun. Of course, he said this before. He says, I'm expecting the biggest, baddest Iranian retaliation in over 2 years. of Israel and the United States constantly poking it and testing Iran's patience. Gulf collaborators will be hit massively, worse than everything so far. So everybody hold on to your diapers. It's getting hairy. Shit's getting all fucked up in the Middle East. The ground of West Asia will soon shake and it won't be an earthquake, he says. Iran and the axis of resistance will break the colonizers. More reports here. Latest from Suleiman says Iran has launched multiple ballistic missiles from Khomeini, western Iran. There they are, flying strong, flying true. Sound of birds and missiles. That's nice. Trump is dropping bombs on Iran in the middle of the night, striking Sarik and Keshem again. I'm just going to go ahead and assume that this is actual footage. Breaking, Trump didn't just bomb Iran, he bombed water reservoirs in Sarik. They are not battlefield targets, they are critical civilian infrastructure. As a result, water supplies to communities in Iran's Bimani district have been cut off. This is an act of genocide. Holy shit. And what did Iran say? You attack our infrastructure, we're coming for that ass. They said that. Not exactly in those terms, but they did say that they would attack infrastructure in Israel and in the Gulf. Iran has shot down another U.S. Predator drone, one of the U.S.'s most advanced aircrafts. So far, Iran has destroyed 50 Predator drones, each worth $5 million. There goes my health care. This is why we can't have health care. So the U.S. struck 2 water reservoirs in the Bimani district, cutting off water supply. And apparently Iran is launching attacks in Bahrain against U.S. military bases as we speak. Got a hotspot from Nick Cruz. Want to take a look at that. Trying to get some more information about Iran right now. Let's see. Is there anything being reported on Al Jazeera?
عم تتغير ولازم أعمل هالجولة قبل دوامي بالمعمل.
This looks like a...
أنجلينا ما رديتي لي على الفويس. بليز لما أكون بعت لك شيء بعتي لي أوكي.
That's not live.
Solutions with...
Iran hits them with 20 missiles. Then Israel hit 4 cities. And then Iran responded with a wave of attacks. And at the tail end of that attacks were 4 Karam Shahs, 1 from each of the places that Israel had hit.
Yeah.
And 1 was Isfahan. Yeah.
That was to demonstrate that the hits had no impact, right?
They have something like, I don't know, because if you remember back in June, when the U.S. dropped those 14 bunker busters, and then Iran shot 14 exactly at Qatar in response, 14 for 14. Like you hit each of these cities, and each one of these is going to hit you with a hypersonic missile. They're really saying, look, we are continuing to be measured and giving you a chance, like giving you exit ramps. Don't do this. Like that
Iran, can you stop being so
famous
measured?
radio call from the Chechens before the Russians came. He's like, brother, don't come in here. We're all going to die. He's like, I have to. And they all died.
So we have got some more reports, Ryan. Apparently the first 4 missiles that were launched from Iran, and I think it adds to what you were saying, because you remember you said you thought it was going towards Israel? The actual 4 were going towards Jordan. So the first 4, because Jordan has...
I said Jordan or Israel.
Oh, you did say Jordan. Okay, you did say it.
It's going west, right? So that's what I was saying.
Yeah, you did say it. I don't remember saying Jordan, but you probably did say it and I missed it. But the point is...
You probably hoped it was Israel so much.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about, Saeed? You think I'm an imposter? You don't think this is the real me? How dare you, sir?
Yeah, probably.
It
But
could have been though. Like when you look, all we had was the only information they had is they're firing from the Western Iran. I'm like, well, that's got to be Israel or Jordan because that's what's west of West Iran.
Yeah, so it's the American Al-Azraq base in Jordan was targeted with missiles, 4 missiles. I don't know if there were any strikes or not because the Jordanians
What gave it away when I said "fuck you"?
A bit more better at censorship.
Just kidding. I wouldn't.
But
I
yeah,
don't want to
that's-
put that energy out there. We love you, Saeed, but never test my authenticity ever again. All right.
That's what the attack was.
There we go. Now, you know, the PMU could get
I'm
activated
all
at any
real.
moment. It was so stupid to pull this Apache false flag. This is really dumb.
But once I figure out how to reproduce myself in AI form, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna put my AI bot to work. You'll never know the difference.
Well, Jordan's interesting, right, Ryan? Because not just because of the American attack, but when the Israelis struck Iran, it was the Jordanian base that they used, from my understanding. So they've been complicit in not just the American, but the Israeli strikes as well.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
mean, they're
well.
Israel's whipping boy. This is something we know.
Let's move to the Discord. You guys post a lot of things on the Discord, and we're going to take a look at them now. In no particular order. Well, I guess most recent is the order, but it's a hodgepodge of many different things. This has no sound in it. I don't know what this is about. This says ambulatory sailors wounded during the Israeli attack on the USS Liberty. We were just talking about the USS Liberty. Thomas Massey put forth an amendment to honor the victims of the Israeli war crime against the USS Liberty. I didn't even know that anyone survived. I think maybe I knew that. Maybe some of them survived, but not a lot. All right, let's see. Wrath, stop watching that U.S. garbage. Watch a real news update like a real man, says Petrodollar. All right, let's see what you got.
Donald Trump has blamed Iran
You give
for
me a 26-minute clip? Are you fucking out of your mind?
shooting down an American Apache helicopter over the Strait of Hormuz on Monday, triggering speculations of resumption of war. The deranged occupant of the White House first said it wasn't clear if Iran shot down the helicopter intentionally before finally making up his mind to confirm that the attack was indeed deliberate, according to him. Iran has hit back saying that the Strait of Hormuz was no international territory, thereby questioning the presence of the downed American helicopter over Iranian waters. Israeli terrorists have
So based Indians do exist?
ordered the forced displacement of the Christian population of the Lebanese city of Tyre, raising fears of an imminent Iranian response.
That's just a little racist humor, guys, all right? I don't know what to tell you.
The Albanian protest against the illegal sale of a protected island to Trump's Jewish son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and Jewish daughter, Ivanka, have now spread beyond Albania as
Oh shit, he's Pakistani? My bad. Sorry to the good people of Pakistan. I stand corrected. This guy is cool.
protesters join the movement from across Europe and America. This will be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, a Lego film on the upcoming opening ceremony of the World Cup football, which has already become a disgraced event. So please stay tuned.
I don't know. I mean, he's got a Steve Jobs book. That's kind of cringe.
The Iran conflict today changed dramatically after the Israeli lapdog from the White House confirmed that the Iranian military was responsible for downing an American Apache helicopter in the Strait of Hormuz.
Iranians are responsible for the shooting down of a U.S. Army helicopter last night, and that the
But
U.S.
are they,
will
though?
have to respond militarily. Here's the president's statement in full. He says, I have just been informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling
Highly sophisticated from our great military. If they're so great, then why did they allow this to happen? Incompetence much?
The Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must, of necessity,
I'm sure if they were killed, we would have never heard about it.
respond to this attack. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
And moments ago,
Donald Trump sure as shit wouldn't be tweeting about it.
the US military launched strikes in Iran in response to the downing of the Apache helicopter. The US Central Command has tweeted confirming the development. It wrote, and I quote, US Central Command CENTCOM forces began launching self-defense strikes against Iran at 5 p.m. ET today at the Commander-in-Chief's direction in response to yesterday's downing of a US Army Apache helicopter. The mission is a proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. End quote. According to the Iranian state...
It was wiped out. It was but wiped out of existence. There's just a few dingleberries still hanging about in the Strait of Hormuz. That's all.
Media, the impact of one projectile in Syria has been confirmed. In the Qasem Island, the impact of several projectiles has also been confirmed, though details on the nature and location of these strikes are unclear. The Strait of Hormuz is the joint territory of Iran and Oman. Imagine an Iranian military helicopter on surveillance mission on US waters, especially when both countries are at war. The rogue regime of Trump has blown up civilian boats by murdering dozens of people on imaginary suspicion of they being drug traffickers off the coast of Venezuela. The downing of the Apache helicopter is an extremely rare event, and the fact that Iran allegedly used the cheap Shahid series drone to bring it down just shows the power of the Iranian military, the same military that Trump has repeatedly claimed to have decimated. Military experts would tell you.
I try really hard not to imagine that. Matrix, Invader, thanks.
That the downing of a
Here you go, bringing it up again.
US Army AH-64 Apache helicopter by Iran is an unprecedented event, marking the first time an Apache has been lost since the current US-Israeli conflict with Iran began on 28th of February.
He's the president of firsts. I mean, no other president in the history of America has ever lost an Apache helicopter in a time of war. Thank you, Mr. President.
Prior to this incident, no Apache helicopters, which cost between $52 million and $100 million fully equipped, had been destroyed or lost in the conflict. With this, Iran has now destroyed or severely damaged 43 American
You can't even get a
aircraft
mega yacht with that kind of money.
in the ongoing conflict. Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi shared the map of the Strait of Hormuz to remind Trump that this waterway belonged to Iran and Oman. He wrote, and I quote, "Foreign forces in..."
Syed, are you trying to describe my balls? Because if so, I take offense to that.
proximity to our territory are at constant risk on account of their own human errors, plane accidents, or potentially being caught in crossfire. To reduce risk, best solution is for them to leave. We prefer language of diplomacy, but speak other languages too. End quote. Iranian parliament
He didn't say the V word, but we all felt it. It's like, we know what you said.
Speaker Muhammad Baqir Qalibaf too made the same point when he wrote this, and I quote, "We prefer the language of diplomacy, but we speak other languages far more fluently. Break your commitments and we will switch to what we speak best."
Blueberries! You know that blueberries are way too small. Can we go back to saying that they were oranges dried in the sun, please? I felt better about that.
Best. You ride the horse you saddled. End quote.
You ride the horse you saddled, Araghchi? Really? Is that what you're telling us? That sounds very anti-Semitic.
I've said this before, and I must repeat again. The change of tone in the Iranian leadership is quite breathtaking. This definitely hints at something. Today's development on Iran followed Trump's earlier claims that he was closing in on what he said was going to be a good deal on Iran. It remains to be seen if he still expresses his optimism on a peace deal with Iran. Regardless of what happens, the violation of the Lebanon ceasefire by Israeli terrorists has once again raised fears of an Iranian response. Watch this Sky News.
Things can change here. A very far.
Yes, Jeff Ramin Epstein Yahoo, you can ask your synthesizer question. I wish you'd just ask it though. Why? I never understand why chatters say, "Can I ask you a question?" Just ask the question. That's what it's there for. You just ask the question. It's not the question that you wanted to ask. You're just asking a preparatory question for the question that you hope to ask in the future. Just ask the question. Somebody asked how long that clip was. It was about 30 minutes. So we're not gonna... Yes, Jess, you can ask me a question. Holy shit. What the fuck is this? I have no context for what we're watching here. Doesn't look good though. Oh, cool. They were just dragging a dead dog. What the fuck was that about? Illegal Israeli settlers tied a dog's body to a car and dragged it through the area before later throwing it near Palestinian homes in the village of Al-Mufakra in Masafer Yatta. Oh, Lord, I can't believe this and they're not a civilization, but I can't believe this fake-ass society still exists. Nothing is propping up this society except for sadistic acts of violence. Okay, no one can ask me a question anymore. You've ruined that for me. No one can ask me a question or tell me anything. I'm officially excommunicating you all. From the discussion. Oh man, so we're just going through it tit for tat. We're going back. More explosions in Bahrain and Kuwait. Remember when they say self-defense, just pull up a map. Your mom was delicious and squilicious and very squishy, and I like squeezing her. So thanks for asking. All right, let's move now to the next link on the Discord. It brings me no pleasure to compare what Israel is doing to what the Nazis did, but how can we not when you have things like ghettos, starvation, concentration camps, and planned systematic extermination of people?
It brings me no...
Thank you, Jess, for the gift, although I still hold you in contempt of court for your insubordinate comments and your churlish behavior.
pleasure to compare what Israel's doing to what the Nazis did. But how can we not? Because you have things like ghettos, you have things like starvation, you have things like concentration camps, you have things like the planned systematic extermination of people. Now, a lot of people talk about the banality of evil. There was a real cold detachment, industrialized murder of Jews and others during the Holocaust. What's so disturbing about what Israel is doing and the IDF is doing is that they are doing it with glee. And unlike the Nazis, they're not hiding it. And we know this because they document this. They document not just the war crimes, but they document their glee. You even have Israeli soldiers themselves comparing themselves to Nazis. One of them said, "I felt like a Nazi. It looked exactly like we were the Nazis and they were the Jews." They, of course, being Palestinians. Another soldier said it is justified and, in fact, essential to learn from every possible source, even, however shocking it may sound, how the German army fought in the Warsaw Ghetto. So there we have Israeli soldiers literally learning from Nazi tactics and comparing themselves explicitly to the Nazis and the Palestinians to the Jews. Ironically, according to the International Holocaust Remembrance Association definition...
Was that even a real video, or is that like Hollywood? Y'all think that's a real video?
Definition of anti-Semitism, it is anti-Semitic to, quote, draw comparisons between contemporary Israeli policies to that of the Nazis.
Totally.
So I guess those soldiers are themselves anti-Semitic, according to this definition.
Yep.
Another point of comparison, although it's actually a point of departure, is the relationship between the genocide and public opinion. Now, the Nazis tried as best they could to hide what they were doing. And in fact, the biggest concentration camps that they built were outside of Germany. And they didn't do them in public places. And even though it was illegal to resist the Nazis, you did have some resistance from people who were fighting against what the Nazis were doing within Germany. In Israel, however, everyone knows what's happening. It's documented by legacy media, it's documented by social media, and yet the vast majority...
And they conduct polls on it, which are overwhelmingly in favor.
Israelis think that the government is using either an appropriate amount of force or not enough force against the Palestinians. You even have young people dancing to genocide.
What kind of culture is this? You know, it's like the people need to go home. Go back to your place of origin and try to, you know, assimilate, even though you're proven to be incapable of that over the centuries. Give the Jews a state, they said. It'll be fine, they said.
Another thing that Israeli society seems to be A-okay with is the rape of Palestinians. Now, Western media spread a narrative of mass rape used as a weapon by Hamas.
It's just crazy, man, because it's just like... To have all this founded upon ostensibly a religion of all things, and then it's the worst shit ever. I mean, I have to laugh because I mean, I've already cried and raged through it all. But it's the most deplorable acts in all of human history, and it's done under the auspices of a religion. Like, okay, I think that this religion is no good. I don't know. I mean, call me an anti-Semite, whatever you want to do. Throw the book at me. Throw the Talmud at me. I don't care at this point. My goodness. I don't think we need to salvage this. I mean, I don't think we need to be heavily nuanced about this religion. And, oh, my goodness. I do have some thoughts about it. I do have a lot of thoughts about it.
Every single so-called witness to rape on October 7th has backtracked. No media, however, has corrected this. But what has the Western media totally ignored, which, ironically enough, the Israeli media has covered? The rape of Palestinians. There's literal video footage of Israeli soldiers who pick up a Palestinian, raise their shields to hide what they're doing, but are obviously gang raping him. So what happened next? There were protests. Protests against the rape? No. There were protests that have been dubbed right to rape protests. You have people, including members of government, you have soldiers, you have civilians, who protested the punishment of rapists. That's what they were upset about. It really is insane when you think about it. Literally, the entire Western media apparatus devoted itself to talking about rapes for which there is no evidence, and devoted itself to remaining silent about rapes which were documented by Israeli media. One Israeli journalist in a Times of Israel blog post said, Lebensraum needed for Israel's exploding population. And if that sounds familiar, it may be because Hitler used the word Lebensraum in Mein Kampf to describe what was needed to move the German population eastward. Likewise, Israel is expanding, not just in Palestine, the West Bank, Gaza.
I'm beginning to not find anything about this religion salvageable. And I know that my aim here is more satirical than anything. I'm trying to represent the times. I'm trying to counter the preciousness and the privilege placed on this one social group, right? We're trying to challenge the conventional wisdom of the day that we've tacitly accepted, which in this context is Jewish supremacy. And I want to destroy what's false in order to reveal what's true, because we are being lied to constantly. But if you ask me before God and as an honest man, if I really believe that all Jews are to blame, I would say no, because I reject the idea that people should have blood guilt, which is the wrong expression because I don't believe Judaism is genetic. But something like it, as in they should be to blame for who they were born to, or what religious faith they subscribe to, or any other personal characteristic that they might have. I, of course, would say no to that, of course. I detest any illogical, sweeping generalization. I think that's ignorant. People should be judged on an individual basis, based on what they do in this life, not what they are, or who they are, or any choices that they may have made in their lives which affected their person alone. This is the only acceptable answer to me, and I think anyone in possession with the barest minimum of reason will agree, wouldn't you? However, I say all that to say this, equally, and for the same reasons that I just told you, I would expect from a Jewish person the renunciation of their religion if it came down to meaning saving one child. Because I believe saving one human life is infinitely more worthwhile than the preciousness of a religious identity. I understand that religion is very important and sacred to people, but we're in very strange, dark times right now. And I think with a gun to one's head, I think anyone would renounce their religion because their brain matter is more important than any ideas that that brain matter might conjure up. Does that make sense? You know, the fact is we have a Jewish nation, a self-proclaimed Jewish nation committing a genocide in the name of Judaism. And unfortunately, most Jews support Zionism. So it's a bit murky here. And I think it's completely uncontroversial and without question to assess and determine that Judaism has served as a vehicle for some of the worst, most detestably unspeakable acts that humans can commit against other humans. So I don't know what to do with all this. Because at the outset of all this, you know, I was very adamant because I knew that Israel wanted people to conflate Zionism with Judaism, whether in the affirmative or whether in the pejorative. And so I tried to take a principled stance and educate people to illustrate the nuance that a religious ideology is not a national political project and vice versa. But then you start learning about the history of Judaism and how it's always been a national project. They've always, you know, the founding of this religion was predicated on the idea that they are chosen, they are above, they are, you know, not the same as the rest. And then you see it espoused in their ideology, you see it espoused in their behavior, and in their political projects. So am I auditioning for Anti-Semite of the Year? No. I don't think that word has any meaning. I don't believe that it exists. To the extent that it exists at an institutional level, no, of course not. It's decidedly the opposite, in fact. I'm just saying I am having a come to Jesus moment about this whole chosen master race bullshit. Thank you, Riches Online. I appreciate that subscription. Yes, Zionism is a death cult. And I don't hold, like, there's, you know, obviously Katie Halper, the person that we're watching, she's Jewish. I don't hold that against her. You know, I think she's a principled anti-Zionist. I don't give a fuck what kind of religion you celebrate in the privacy of your own home or synagogue, excuse me, or a mosque or whatever you want to call it, whatever building you pray to God to. Like that, like I always say, as soon as you start engineering government policies in the promotion of that religion, or the moment you start commanding a standing army, you know, you start doing all these political acts, then I think it takes on a new, we need to have a new word for it, you know? But I think that there's something ingrained in that religion that just, it comports nicely with this modern invention of Zionism. Anyway, I'm off my soapbox.
But also Syria and Lebanon. And there are calls from up on high from Israeli officials for creating a greater Israel. This plan for greater Israel is so frightening that even Moshe Yalon, a former IDF commander, said,
the worldview is based on Jewish supremacy, is what he says. Mein Kampf in reverse. It's just the same. People that want to talk about horseshoe theory, they never want to talk about Nazis and Zionists, right? They want to talk about Nazis and communists. I mean, we know Zionist isn't a left-wing movement. I'm making a straw man, but he's like, it's the Mein Kampf in reverse. That's just hilarious.
Here are some other comparisons that one cannot.
My hair stands on My hair stands on end as I say this. So weird moment of self-reflection. He's like, yes, I know I'm analogizing with Nazis.
Here are some other comparisons that one cannot help but draw between the Israeli government and the Nazi government. Hitler in 1939, speaking to the German parliament, said, if the world of international financial Jewry, both in and outside of Europe, should succeed in plunging the nations into another world war, the result will be the extermination of the Jewish race in Europe. In 2016, during an interview, former Defense Minister Avigdor Lieberman said, quote, if they, the people of Gaza, engage in a new war on Israel, it will be the final war for them, because we will completely destroy them. The following is a quote from Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS.
Yeah, final solution.
We had the moral right, we had the duty to our people to destroy this people which wanted to destroy us. Now listen to this. From Ezra Yakin, a veteran from the Deir Yassin massacre, one of the worst
A veteran. He's a veteran from, you know, the Deir Yassin massacre. I don't know if we could call him a veteran. Maybe a psychopathic criminal.
Massacres of the Nakba, who on October 13th, 2023, talked to Israeli soldiers about the need to go into battle.
Be triumphant and finish them off as quickly as possible until there is no memory of them, he says.
שלא הם, לא אמא שלהם, לא הילדה שלהם, לא התינוקות שלהם. אסור להם לחיות לחיות האלה. נקבל עוד טילים מהחיזבאללה ויקומו כל הערבים בארץ.
Oh my God, have you tried crying about it, Shlomo, old man? Like, these people just live in fear. No wonder they need a fresh diaper.
נגדנו, ואז לא תהיה ברירה, מי יש לו נשק יירה בהם. אתה יש לך שכן ערבי, אתה לא תחכה שהוא יבוא אליך הביתה. תיכנס אליו הביתה ותירה.
Enter his house and shoot. Don't wait for him to come to your house and shoot. Enter his house
Some
and
of the things that were said and written by early founders of Zionism sounded like they could have been said and written by Nazis. We can see this clearly with Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism. Herzl blamed Jews for creating anti-Semitism. He said that anti-Semitism was caused by, quote, our excessive production of mediocre intellects. In some point in our history, some inferior human material got into our unfortunate people and blended with it. He also said, we want to let respectable anti-Semites participate in our project being the founding of Israel. He also said, the anti-Semites will become our most dependable friends. The anti-Semitic countries are allies. Zvi Jabotinsky, the father of revisionist or right-wing Zionism.
He knew that they would want to expel the Jews to the settler colony of Israel.
Said, the Jews are very nasty people and their neighbors hate them, and they are right. Our starting point is to take the typical Yid of today and to imagine his diametrical opposite.
Every Yid! What was that song we watched the other day? Yashim needs every Yid.
Because the Yid is ugly, sickly, and lacks decorum, we shall endow the ideal image of the Hebrew with masculine beauty. He was also...
So Zionists were like weirdly anti-Semitic. They're like, yeah, Jews are weak. They smell bad. They've got big noses. We need to inject a new stereotype into the Jews.
Open about the colonial nature of Zionism. We shall try to spirit the penniless population, Palestinians, across the border by procuring employment for it in the transit countries, while denying it employment in our country. But the process of expropriation and the removal of the poor must be carried out discreetly and circumspectly.
Yep. I know that quote very well. I used to make a lot of videos about Theodor Herzl and the origins of Zionism, and you only need to quote them if you want to incriminate them, because they spelled it out so articulately way back in the 1890s, going back to the founder of Zionism, Theodor Herzl, like you just heard. Spirit the penniless population by procuring them work in the transit countries. That's otherwise known as, ethnic cleansing, dispossession, and, Sarah Roy goes through the whole process in her book, The Political Economy of De-Development, when she talks about the Gaza Strip. And it was all articulated way back in the 1890s, what they planned on doing, and then they did it!
Uri Zvi Greenberg, an Israeli poet, journalist, and politician, said, those loathsome Jews are vomited out by any healthy collective and states, not because they are Jews, but because of their Jewish repulsiveness. David Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, said, Jews, quote, have no roots. They are rootless cosmopolitans. There can be nothing worse than that. They are sterile Jewish masses living parasitically off of the body of an alien economic body. Lest you think that Israel was founded to save the Jews, listen to this fascinating quote by Ben-Gurion. If I knew that it was possible to save all the children of Germany by transporting them to England and only half by transferring them to the land of Israel, I would choose the latter. So there you have...
It's like, you didn't have to say all that, David Ben-Gurion, but okay. Like, why did you admit all that shit? He goes above, he's like, no, we don't really care about Jews. I just want to start my own country. And if it means, like what she just said, I won't say it again, but you get the idea.
Famous Zionists and Israel's first prime minister, David Ben-Gurion, saying he was...
That logic carries through today. I mean, Netanyahu is perfectly okay with expending his own people, for his own political career. And that's what he's doing right now.
Willing to let hundreds of thousands of Jewish children die for a national project. Creating a Jewish majority where there was none was obviously going to lead to, at the very least, ethnic cleansing. And when there was resistance, it would lead to massacres and ultimately genocides. And that's what we're seeing today. An Israeli protester said in June 2025,
it wouldn't be a genocide if the Palestinians just didn't fight back. Or if they just left.
I want to apologize to the world to be a Jew and Israeli in a country that behaves like Germany, the Nazis at 1940. Israel is now a complete copy of what happened in Germany.
I never felt comfortable making comparisons between Nazi Germany and contemporary Israel. But today, I find myself unable to remain silent about the similarities. You can't help but comparing the emaciated skeletal bodies of Palestinians and Palestinian children to the emaciated and skeletal bodies of Jewish people during the Nazi Holocaust. And when you see videos of people in concentration camps during the Holocaust clamoring for food, how can you not think of the Palestinians trying to get food from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which lures them by offering them food only to kettle them or shoot them. I myself lost family members during the Holocaust, and I've spent the last year and a half interviewing Holocaust survivors who are themselves speaking out against the genocide Israel is currently perpetuating. How can we be bystanders to a genocide when genocide exterminated so many of our people? Never again doesn't just require us not to commit genocide, it requires us not to be silent. We must speak out. We cannot be silent bystanders. Never again is now. You
Never again is now. I hate that slogan. Can we stop saying it?
Oh, not again. Who decided morning should be so early?
The subtitles are in Hebrew.
Even my coffee needs a coffee.
Even my coffee needs a coffee. Oh my God, it's like another Holocaust. Oh, a coffee.
Waking up for a morning run can be brutal.
Oh, it's so brutal, especially when you have to evade all the Israeli attack drones in Jav. Oh no, this was shot in Israel. Never mind.
But it's a price I'm willing to pay. Because once I hit the park, pure energy takes over. It's hard to explain.
I'm in liberal hell right now. This commercial, my God.
There's a reason the world's most iconic buildings are by a park. 51 Park.
New York?
Herzliya. Israel.
51 פארק, שני מגדלים קרב מ-51 קומות, צמוד לפארק הרצליה. עכשיו, תנאי ההשקה, כוכבית 3.
The Jews are tired, folks. Even their coffee needs a coffee. But wait till they hit the park. Then they can let it all... Then they can dance like they wanted to. American actress Gwyneth Paltrow faces huge backlash after she promoted for $10 million penthouses in Israel while Israel is committing a genocide in Palestine. Shameless. Gross, disgusting, spineless, tone deaf. My God. Herzliya. Yeah. Man, how many times are you going to post that? Mango tones. We got it, all right? You posted it 3 times. Iran is burning through America's $30 million drones.
Iran and its proxies in Yemen destroyed a fifth of the U.S. Reaper drone fleet. A congressional report puts the number at 24, at around $30 million each. The Air Force is down roughly 135 Reapers, 54 fewer than it says it needs. The Reaper was built for a different kind of war, counterterrorism, uncontested airspace. It flies under 300 miles an hour, big radar signature,
Every time they start talking about these advanced military assets and weapons, I always think about, okay, but healthcare? No?
Flight patterns. That becomes a problem over Iran. The losses cluttered around the same defended cities, where the Reaper was flying into heavy air defenses. The problem is the price. The US is losing $30 million drones in a war where
the price of healthcare.
Cheaper weapons can take them out. The cost gap is now forcing the Pentagon to rethink the Reaper itself. The Air Force signed requirements in May for a replacement.
Maybe rethink your whole foreign policy, United States government. I don't know, call me crazy. Maybe just leave the Middle East and you won't have to worry about Reaper drones getting downed by Iran.
Not a better Reaper, a cheaper one, designed to be mass-produced and cheap enough to lose. The Pentagon's term for this is affordable mass. The Reaper was designed to fly for years. The Air Force wants its replacement to last 100 missions, then be thrown away. Subscribe.
Affordable care? No. Affordable mass. We need affordable drones.
For Conflict, Power, and Money, explained.
Hey, just FYI, this abomination that's going to be happening outside of the White House on the 14th of June is in no way meant to be a celebration of our country's 250th anniversary. Okay.
It's in celebration of Miriam Adelson's 250 million donation to the Trump admin.
The president's birthday. This is for the president's birthday. Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize it was Trump's birthday.
It's also on Flag Day.
Fuck.
But in what universe do we celebrate, A, the 4th of July on June 14th? Never. We have never done that. Flag Day is not even
Yeah, what the fuck, Mr. President? This country's still 249 years old. This is an early birthday.
recognized federal holiday. That's number 2. And number 3, we didn't. Flag Day is from June 14th, 1777. This would be the 249th anniversary of Flag Day. This is a fucking joke.
I don't know what the name of that video was, okay? All of these links are supplied by you, the chatter, on our Discord channel, which you can join for free. And I implore all of my chatters here, if you want, if you find it of value, you can join the Discords. There's many threads, many conversations that are had by people in this community, and a lot of links that get shared on the video suggestions for live stream thread, and it's all there. So join the Discord. Don't delay. Do it today. Be a good
I just want
goy.
you to know that the ringside sponsorship packages are going for $1 million to $1.5 million each. Okay?
Yeah.
And neither the UFC, Dana White, nor the White House are saying where the fuck that money's going. Excuse me? And
Trump's pockets.
Donald Trump is going to be handpicking 4,000 of the guests. Well, if the ringside packages are going for $1 to $1.5 million each, I wonder what you gotta do to be one of the 4,000 handpicked
I'll tell you what
guests.
you got to do. You got to suck that dick.
They're officially
do.
free. They're officially free. But I would not trust
Also, offer your first child up to Baal for sacrifice.
scam artists to give something that's free away for free. This is a fucking abomination. He's using our
Obama? Thanks, Obama. Obama's nation. You heard it here first, folks.
White House and our resources to celebrate his own fucking birthday and make people a bunch of money. Make his friends a bunch of money and himself a bunch of money. This is
God, I
a
would give anything to be Donald Trump's friend.
fucking joke. It's disgusting. We are a laughing stock. This is
But again,
literally
but I'm not a pedophile. Damn.
idiocracy.
I would be Donald Trump's friend, but then again, he only befriends pedophiles.
Is $35 billion a motive for murder? And I'm not saying it is. I'm asking why Dateline didn't ask this question on Friday. Friday Night Special spent a lot of time going over Luigi Mangioni's alleged writings, his frustration with the U.S. healthcare industry, and the theory that he targeted Brian Thompson because of what United Healthcare represented. But there was another storyline that was happening at exactly the same time. While Brian Thompson was serving as CEO of United Healthcare, its parent company, United Health Group, was facing a DOJ investigation, shareholder litigation, and allegations that the company executives knew about that DOJ investigation before the company investors did. And when that investigation became public, investors claimed they lost billions. Not millions with an M, billions with a B. And some of those lawsuits name Brian Thompson personally. Others named additional executives, retirement funds, institutional investors, and shareholders alleged that they have been harmed by what they say the company knew.
Luigi was acting on the benefit at the behest of the institutional shareholders of the United Healthcare who got fucked over by their CEO.
And when they knew it. I'm going to be clear here. These are allegations. These lawsuits have yet to be proven.
Allegedly, ostensibly, pretendedly.
If we're talking
In
about
a video gamely.
motive, why was only one potential source of grievance discussed on Dateline? Luigi wasn't even a United Healthcare customer. He was insured by Aetna. Yet Dateline spent extensive time discussing healthcare-related anger and no time discussing these
Luigi was the patsy.
lawsuits or the
They always need a
regulatory
fall guy.
investigations or shareholder allegations or the billions of dollars investors claim that they lost. I'm not
Let's see what this timeline says. It says April 21, Brian Thompson's named United Healthcare CEO. 21 to 22, he changes healthcare acquisitions and DOJ antitrust challenge. The court approves the merger. DOJ reopens scrutiny. Brian Thompson sells his stock. WSJ reports that the Department of Justice antitrust investigation has begun. There's a class action lawsuit filed, a derivative lawsuit filed, and then December, he's shot and killed.
I'm not telling you that this was the motive. I'm asking why one motive got airtime and the other motive wasn't even mentioned.
I think it has something to do with the class war, Rebecca. Because obviously the media is going to concoct a narrative that promotes the lone gunman theory, whereas that theory that you just promoted actually points the blame to investors, shareholders. We have a strict no Kyle Kulinski rule on this show. Really don't like him. I think he's a corporate shill for Democrats. In fact, I know he is. I've seen him do it. And he's advocating for electing Zionist billionaires. We don't need that kind of energy here. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, okay? I ain't fucking around.
Save our bacon. Those SOBs in Congress love naming things in a way that appeals to the lowest common denominator. The people who say, I love bacon. Democrats are trying to get rid of bacon again. Okay, so the Save Our Bacon Act has nothing to do with protecting our bacon. The SOB Act, yes, the SOB Act, would permanently strip states' rights to set their own food production standards and give that power to massive food corporations like Smithfield, the largest pork processor and hog producer in the world. And again, folks, lowest common denominator. Smithfield, they're based in Smithfield, Virginia. That's American jobs. Since 2013, Smithfield has been owned by WH Group, a Hong Kong-based multinational meat company, a company not necessarily known for caring about any of these. Yeah. Smithfield is worth $10 billion. WH Group is worth $115 billion. Guess what those companies don't care about? Yeah. So states like California have already passed laws approved by voters requiring basic standards in how animals are treated and how food is processed. Because Americans shouldn't have to decide between affordable food and food that is raised and processed in humane sanitary conditions. The SOB Act would allow Congress to override your vote, taking away your right to have any sort of say in what standards apply to the food on your family's table. This isn't about protecting bacon. It's about whether you or massive corporations get a say in how food is produced in our country. So.
Oh my God, my head's spinning. So much shit to think about.
U.S. defense officials that the strikes are ongoing as we speak right now, and that some of the targets that we can confirm at this point are air defense systems inside Iran as well as radar installations. The initial explosions that we've seen reported on X out of Iranian sources suggest that Sirik, which is a port city, as well as Bandar Abbas were among the targets. But what we can say at this point is that these airstrikes are ongoing. Flight trackers have seen about 8 KC-135 air refueling tankers above the Middle East, over the Gulf. Presumably, they would be in position to help refuel these American warplanes.
For two quarters.
Oh my God, everybody's posting that commercial with Gwyneth Paltrow. Keir Nodamo. Let's see, Jimmy Dore.
It proves that Israeli commanders knew all along that they were attacking an American ship.
Yeah, we know about the USS Liberty. I'm so tired of talking about it.
You obviously spent 22 years in the CIA. What lessons has America failed to learn?
Basically, all of them. It's a very unusual thing for people to be so full of arrogance and hubris when we've lost every war we've fought since 1945. And we're certainly not winning in Iran at the moment. For some reason, they thought that if we went there, they would come out and cheer and throw flowers.
Pick a Jew Shlomo says, I want to try horse meat.
wars at us and things. The same deal we heard about how the Iraqis were going to respond. It's almost like it's an illness that you either don't care or you don't want to take the time to understand how Iranians, how Afghans, how Iraqis think. Trump talked a good game, and when he became president again, he became a warlord. But that remains. Our ignorance of the world is staggering.
You obviously spent 22 years in the CIA. What lessons?
Just when another Democrat sheepdog tells you we can't build a third party in this country, I want you to show him this video. Palestinians, don't worry about this. Look, just cut your losses. It's impossible to rebuild. There's no way you could do it, so sorry. Yeah, I mean, yeah, mainly a second party. That's an acknowledgement of the business uniparty, of course. The fact that the two parties are actually one party, we know that. Very good catch. Okay, but where are you going to put the Starbucks? Where's the Starbucks going to go? Where's my hot yoga? Don't worry, guys. Kushner is going to save you. They're going to have a great reconstruction plan. There's going to be a Target and a Walmart on every block. Yeah, where's my Planet Fitness? I can't believe that they're making music videos in the rubble. You can't break these people, man. شعبي صامد ما بينهار راح نعمرها غزة الأحرار. Look at that shit. We'll rock you. Oh, nice. Rebuild Gaza. Nice. Holy shit, I got goosebumps. We hear you, Gaza. We see you. But like, can this music video be over? Because like, I'm kind of late for brunch, and like, no, I stand with the Palestinians. Obviously, solidarity with them. But if I have to be late for brunch, I'm gonna condemn Hamas. I want the Gazans to rebuild their society, but if I have to vote for somebody other than a Democrat, I just don't think it's possible. I don't think we can do it. Target trams that were destined for Israeli settlements. I know, I'm going to get copyrighted. I don't care, all right? I was feeling that. I like that energy. More of that energy, please. Illegal detentions happening in Bolivia just now, and the media won't cover it. Both the United States and Israel are involved in the ultra-right government of Rodrigo Paz. But his last name is Peace. So, what's wrong with that? The Bolivian people demand his resignation. No, they're just beating people on the street, or just laying down.
Hey guys, I have an idea. Let's cut taxes for the rich. Because if we give them more money, they'll hire more people. See how that money trickles down to everyone else? Well, believe it or not, people bought it.
And I don't know if he actually believed that, but that is definitely what he sold the American people on, trickle-down economics. And it's true, okay? Trickle-down, it's, you know, trickle-down economics, it gets a bad rap. But really, it does trickle down. They just never told us that what was trickling down wasn't money, it was piss.
And Reagan won 2 landslide victories. So why did people love Reagan? What were the genuinely good things he did?
Because he was a movie star. He was part of the zeitgeist. He endeared himself indelibly onto the American public.
And what were the really bad things he did? Well, people loved him because he made Americans feel like America was back on top again. The vibe at the time was that America might keep declining forever because of just how terrible the entire 70s were. America lost the Vietnam War, then had the Nixon scandal, and an oil crisis, and stagflation where prices were rising but so was unemployment. Plus, President Carter was seen as boring, uninspiring, and weak. People hated how he let Iran kidnap a ton of Americans, and it felt like he did nothing about it, other than launch a failed rescue mission. Yeah, nobody respects America anymore, clearly. Meanwhile, the very minute that Carter stepped down and Reagan stepped into office, Iran released all the hostages. This made Reagan look like a literal superhero, as if his fearsome aura alone just made Iran fold instantly. And during his term, Reagan got the credit for a ton of American victories, including making the Soviet Union fall. Plus, back home, stagflation ended. People had money in their pockets again, and it seemed like it was because of this man. The truth to all of this, though, was that stagflation ended because the Federal Reserve raised interest rates, not necessarily because of him. The Soviet Union collapsed after decades of Cold War, not just from him. And remember those hostages in Iran that got released the second that Reagan stepped in? Well, it turned out that was because Reagan's campaign manager cut a secret deal with Iran, where he asked Iran to not release the American hostages just yet, so that Carter couldn't get credit for it, and to only release them the moment that Reagan stepped in, so that Reagan could win the election and look like this fearsome superhero. And Iran agreed to this because Reagan promised to illegally sell them weapons in return. But the most serious damage he did was that almost everything you associate with corporate greed in America today came from him. Stock buybacks, legalize them. CEO pay, let it skyrocket, it's good for the economy. Top tax rate, let's slash it from 70% to 28%. Antitrust laws that have been enforced aggressively since Teddy Roosevelt, we don't need them. Air traffic controllers are striking, fire them. All 11,000 of them. This was extreme, and it gave the green light for corporations to do the same and fire striking workers. All of this was justified as being good for the economy, because he was a big believer in the economic teachings from this guy, Milton Friedman. The main one being that the only social responsibility of a corporation was to maximize profits for shareholders. Corporations used to have social obligations to their employees, their community, and the good of society in general. And a smart way to meet these social obligations and grow your company was to reinvest your profits in training your workers and genuinely improve your products. But caring about any stakeholders besides the shareholders was seen as tampering with the free market, which was inefficient. It was seen as better for society to just let corporations pursue profits at all costs, even if it meant laying off workers, slashing costs and reducing service quality, and funneling those savings into stock buybacks and CEO bonuses.
Yeah, Reagan was the worst. And every president since Reagan has been Reagan. Let's see. Albanians successfully repelled Israeli-backed mercenaries attempting to shield construction in the protected wetlands on Sazan Island where endangered flamingos nest. Rothschild is trying to create Epstein Island 2.0 since he also paid for Epstein's Island. He took Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump on a yacht to Sazan Island, although Ivanka Trump just said that they were on a boat and they just happened to come across this beautiful island. It was a miracle. There was such magical energy on the island, like Helen Mirren said. They made it their private island by bribing officials with pennies. 1.4 billion. How can Albanian land become Ivanka's private land? That's what they always do. That's the tried and true bread and butter foreign policy of U.S. statesmen and the financiers that they represent. They always buy off government officials in foreign countries to have them sell off their, social infrastructure, their state-owned properties and resources. And that's what happened with Albania. And what's happening, which will not happen because the Albanians are standing tall and proud. They were drawn there by a burning bush. Holy shit. Jared Kushner's watching this as a live feed and his Dr. Evil there, rubbing his hands, going, perfect, our plan is working. Shit, that guy hit his head on a rock. Now send in the sharks with laser beams attached to them. That is so gross, Squishmallow. But she might want to get that checked by the doctor. And I didn't give that to her, okay? But tell her I'll be in to see her just after the stream is finished. I can't tell what's going on here. I know what's going on. It's hard to differentiate who's fighting who. Nika, you know I can't read. Okay, I can read. I just can't read good. Albanians successfully repelled Israeli-backed mercenaries attempting to shield construction in the protected wetlands on Sazan Island. Did we already read this? I'm so dumb. Rothschild is trying to create Epstein Island 2.0. Yeah, we did read this. I'm out of it. They made it their private island by bribing officials. Yeah. Okay, so it's between Israeli-backed mercenaries, they say. Apparently that was the black shirts. God, we thank you for Israel and for your love for this country. God, I pray to you that you would bless Benjamin Netanyahu and continue to bless the relationship between Israel and America, the Jews and the Christians.
God, we thank you.
The guy, I didn't mean to laugh. I'm only laughing because he's a Zionist with no legs. I'm sorry, all right? I don't think it's funny, I just think it's funny. How did he lose those legs? And it's fitting that he's praying to God, but he's looking down because he's looking down at hell. Because he's actually praying to Baal.
We thank you for Israel.
I'm pretty sure Israel is the reason that your legs are missing. So you might want to revise your whole, I don't know, life story.
Thank you so much for your love for this country and its future.
God so loved your country. It's a shame he didn't love your legs.
God, I pray that you would once again bless Benjamin Netanyahu and the mission that you've given him.
I'm only making fun of him because he's a Zionist.
Mission that you've given him.
And look, he's seated next to modern day Hitler.
Legacy that you've given him, the stewardship that you've given him,
Is he missing arms too? How's this guy still alive?
Incredible favor that you've given him. And Lord, we pray that you would indeed continue to bless the relationship between Israel and America, and between the Jews and the Christians. We thank you, Lord, that you would continue to protect us all. God, help us.
Benjamin Netanyahu is just staring at the dude. He should be closing his eyes and praying, I thought. Isn't it weird to stare?
To seek your heart, to be renewed in our mind. We pray for the youth of Israel. We pray for an instigation and steroid shot of hope.
Steroid shot of hope. What a metaphor.
Father, we pray for the Aliyah as well. We ask God that you
pray for Aliyah.
Call your people back here according to your will and timing.
Yes, more settlers for settler land.
Bless those nations that bless Israel. But God, we don't bless Israel to get a blessing. We bless Israel.
You know what? You don't have your hands clasped together, so it's not a real prayer.
Because it's
what's that? You don't have any hands?
It's a commission. It's part of the Great Commission and the mandate to honor your people.
He's like, whatever you gotta say, little goy.
So, Father, we thank you for the incredible cornerstone faith, Lord God, and the Torah. And
he's like, Benjamin Netanyahu's looking at this chode like, damn, you really believe all this shit? He's like, I'm literally Lucifer, motherfucker.
Celestial ground of the foundation of the Jewish people and faith. Father, we thank you that you would continue.
Wouldn't it be funny if Netanyahu just spontaneously combusted?
Help us to inspire, to unite, and
that would be a really
Israel continue to proceed forward year after year
be a good
after
signal.
year. In your name we pray. Amen.
That he is indeed Satan. The war is over. It's like complete, pretty much.
Today, the 8th of June, it's exactly 100 days since the start of the Iran war. And I compiled some clips here that have got me a little bit confused.
No, you think?
Because as I recall, my God King leader, Donald J. Trump, told me something different just a few months back.
And we have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks.
4 to 5 weeks.
Nice. Bag of rice. Very good. Very good.
Was the original projection 4 to 5 weeks? By the way, they actually predicted a few days at the beginning, but then his first response was to give himself time, 4 to 5 weeks. Now we're, of course, well over that.
Short term.
Short term.
Iran is something that was essentially largely over in 2 or 3 days.
Right.
We'll be leaving in the near future.
Right. As in March.
Largely over in 2 and 3 days.
Can't tell you.
We're at day 102 now.
For sure. We've won this. This war has been won.
That's in March.
They can't make a comeback. We're finishing the job.
That's in April.
I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days longer.
So 2 weeks on April 1st. Reminder that we are now in June.
You keep saying was. Is this war over?
I think it's close to over here.
April 5th, that's 2 weeks later.
Big Fury is concluded. We achieved the objective.
This is May.
We've done a hell of a job, and I think we're going to be finished with that very quickly. We have the ultimate blockade.
Now we're in June.
And the threat is largely over. Soon it will be over.
How soon? Because I found the best clip of all is this one from 2 months ago.
He's presidenting so hard, isn't he?
In hindsight, is so
don't
shocking.
understand his
Watch his whole
ways.
speech.
And as we take decisive action to stop the threat posed by the terrorist regime in Iran with Operation Epic Fury.
Oh, God.
Is that a great name?
Sound like it came from his asshole.
Well, it's only good if you win. You know, you can only do. And we've won. Let me tell you, we've won.
2 months ago.
You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. In the first hour, it was over.
So, there's some things that stand out from this now that we're 100 days in. And I feel like I haven't covered this much since the beginning because it's just this nonstop time loop of him saying it's over, somebody making an insider trading bet on oil prices, they go down, then it's not over, they go back up. And we do this over and over again, and there's been no progress. Every few weeks, there's a new ceasefire that then gets broken. In the past 2 days, we just had basically open fighting again and no indication the ceasefire negotiations are still going on. And it does feel like the two sides are incapable of coming to an agreement because the Strait of Hormuz and the nuclear question are just incompatible. Neither side is willing to budge, and so there doesn't seem to be any way to make any progress on it. So 100 days could go a lot farther. Again, I want to say, currently, the cost of the war, if you only take the cost of the munitions and running the boats and the missiles, is $33 billion. That's the current cost of the war, only on munitions alone. So we spent
It's like every day in this motherfucker, we get a fire alarm. It's just incessant. I'm sorry about that.
$33 billion just
We were cooking too much in the notisserie. You see what happens? Roasting too hard. This is what happens.
on the stuff we've sent. But if you look at the wider cost
Mossad was like, shut it down. Too much noticing.
of the war, if you look at what they're gonna have to spend on veteran care, what the economic cost is of higher gas prices and higher food prices, it's approaching $1 trillion plus already. We're already nearing $1 trillion. And I'm using examples here from previous wars. So like their estimate is that this whole thing all in will cost $45 billion. But all previous wars like this, they all balloon in cost. And this one has a much higher starting cost. It's already more expensive. They were doing $1 billion a day until the ceasefire. $1 billion a day. Already a worrisome start, okay? A worrisome start compared to the previous times. And it just feels like a massive, I hate to use the word again, but it's a quagmire. It's just a no clean ending, locked in the Middle East. Exactly the
Thank you so much, Jake Jackoff. Even Disney taught us never make a deal with the devil, incremental brick by brick. There you go. I don't remember that lesson from Walt Disney, but I'll take your word for it, and I'll take your money too. Thank you. Thank you for those shekels.
opposite of what he promised over and over and over during the campaign. And so far, total dead, 3,300 on the Iranian side, 14 on the American side with 200 injuries. And even if you considered all of these dead to be combatants, and this is a war, only a wartime dead, which is not true, obviously, we've talked about this. Obviously, even if it was only combatants, thinking about it from a pure, cold logistical perspective, even if this was all combatants, that is $9.8 million per kill. You could bribe them for less money. Like, we are just burning all of our blood and treasure for almost no gain. It's absolutely absurd. Like,
it's for a gain. It's just we're not in that club, you know? There's people making a fuck ton money off of the war. Don't be confused about that.
The progress is so little. The end goal is to get back to where we started, and it's 100 days in with no end in sight. You know, it's been weeks now of the ceasefire negotiations. They just got blown up 2 days
look who's getting richer.
Ago, so there's
That's
not even
the point.
We're back to where we started at the beginning of the war. It's been a colossal clusterfuck. And we had Trump just a few days ago. He said,
Insisted no new wars. First of all, I didn't guarantee no war.
this is the this is the guy who never said I wouldn't start new wars.
Going to start a war because they said I had that personality to start a war. They remember that? Oh, we can't vote for him. He's going to start a war. No, I used my personality that we didn't have to have wars. I was the first president in decades who started no new wars. Started no new wars and no new wars. No new wars. We don't need the wars, foreign lands, countries you've never heard of, countries that don't even want us there. I was the first president in decades who started no new wars. I was the first president in decades who started no new wars. We will expel the warmongers from our government.
Oh, yeah, we'll
we
expel
never
them.
got into a war with me. I have a great record. We had peace. We had prosperity. We had no wars. We had no wars that started no wars. We didn't have a war. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will expel the warmongers from our government.
This probably goes on forever, bro. By the way, there's one more quote.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective.
He's talking about
so the
Obama
only
here.
way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran. Now, to start a
Which
war
he never did.
in order to get elected, and I believe that's going to happen, would be an outrage. Our president...
Interesting. So just to be clear, he did say it. He said it. He tweeted it. During speeches, during the debate, he said it over and over again. We're wasting all our lives and money on...
I don't have a fart button. I don't know what you're talking about, Mikey. All of the things that we've been hearing were 100% real.
Useless wars in the Middle East. I'm going to do no new wars. J.D. Vance said he's going to be the peace president. If you don't want to get a war in the Middle East, vote Trump. That's what they said. Like, these are all proven parts of the campaign. And now he's like, I didn't say no new wars.
And you and everybody else a big favor.
That's a damn good point. As usual, Yasser Acid Fat with the truth. He literally got elected to start a war. That's why Miriam Adelson donated $300 million.
Midst of the greatest stock market in history.
I mean, think about it. One person, one Zionist, donates $300 million to do what? To rent the United States military. That's crazy. She rented the U.S. military on behalf of Israel to start a war against Iran.
In the midst of the most successful country, because as you know, in the last time we were a dead country, Kristen. I know you...
That's back to the stock market, which is, by the way, the last pillar here. I got to be honest with you. For wealthy boomers with wealth in the stock market, its surge...
Who is he talking to when he says, but think about the Dow. Look at where we're hitting record-breaking profits. You're talking to old rich boomers. That's your entire constituency.
The last thing holding up any support for Trump, bro, because the average person is getting more and more furious about gas and food prices, which are, again, just not even trickling up, like rising rather fast. This is like one of the biggest betrayals of things he ran on. Is the Iran war. And when we did this coverage earlier, there was a lot of people who insisted upon me that we had to do it for the nuclear reason, and it will be over quick, and we're wiping them out. And it's like the military successes in the conventional field, which is taking out their boats and aircraft, which they did do, have not stopped the obvious strategic error of the geographic location of the Strait of Hormuz.
Did she really get the Presidential Medal of Freedom? I may have known that. I forgot it, but that is just crazy.
Being very easy to stop with mines and drones, which you will not be able to get rid of. And what's frustrating is, it turns out, as this war has gone on, people have revealed, through leaks and otherwise, that the military knew about this. The Pentagon knew about this, the CIA knew about this, and everybody warned them about it. And
Thank you, Macarias. You want to tell us anything else about us that you might find insightful? Or that we might find insightful? Macarias, if we're sheep, what does that make you? Are you the shepherd? Are you the shepherd that we've been looking for? You're not Jewish, okay. Well, tell us what you are. Tell us what you are. Tell us who you are. How are we she? Please. Please tell us. Macarius. I mean, obviously you're a brave soldier in the battle for keyboard dominance. Look at that profile picture. You're so brave. Oh, I need to do something beyond complaining about it. You're literally complaining about people complaining. Like, you're even lower on the totem pole, you nitwit. What are you doing right now? You're literally complaining. You fucking idiot. I'm gonna complain about you complaining that we're complaining, you little fucktard. Like, do you hear yourself? And we're not complaining, we're covering the news. This is a geopolitical stream. We're covering the news, the events of the world, and we're offering commentary. It's so silly. It's so silly.
Still did it. It wasn't a secret. It was, everyone knew.
You know what? You're right. We should just shut up. Let's not talk about this.
This would be a stupid idea from the geography, and he still did it. And now we're
Yes,
trapped
I
in it.
did.
And I think
Can you
a large
believe
part of
that?
it is he believed wrongly.
Because I know one thing about you, and it's not good. Your ability to make an indelible first impression. Not good.
That Netanyahu had a bigger plan than he did. Netanyahu sold him with a PowerPoint.
He
And
sounds
so
like a
now
boomer.
you're getting reports of this. Now listen, people have said that Netanyahu has like Epstein file information on Trump, and that's why he did it. I'm not gonna 100% say that's no chance, but I'm gonna give you an alternate theory here, that Trump is literally that stupid and arrogant. Netanyahu sold him with a PowerPoint that it'd be easy and done in 2 days. This is the same PowerPoint that Netanyahu has given
cry harder. Marx wrote the quintessential critique of capitalism, the political economy that he was living through at the time, and it spurned successful socialist movements that are now proliferating in the world today. We now have Marxist political parties who hold state power over countries and who are implementing socialism. So I think you're an idiot because you don't even see that. Like, I think China would like a word with you. The Chinese Communist Party. You know, it's like, why do these people not hear themselves? It's like, this guy's one of the most influential economists and writers in recent modern history. And whole ass social movements have taken his word and put it to use, has taken his theories and put it to practice and have been successful. What do you want? I mean, you don't understand the role that different people play in a social movement.
Past American president. And they all said no, and then he said yes. And the reason I'm saying that is because leaks are coming out now that Trump is like getting more and more furious at Netanyahu for being stuck in this horrible situation. Israel has wanted this war for
Saeed has a complaint. Is it about that troll from earlier?
Wow. They have wanted a war with Iran. And it's been known within the U.S. State Department that they want that, and so you usually just say no. They support them with money or whatever, but they don't actually get involved in the war. Trump just fell for this pitch that it would be done in 2 days. And so now he's on the call with him.
You know what's funny is like, all you do is complain. Elon Musk, all he does is complain. Have you seen his Twitter page? He's complaining about how he's the richest man in the world, and he's still complaining how he's a victim.
This quote to Netanyahu: "You are fucking crazy. You'd be in jail if it weren't for me. Now everyone hates you. Everyone hates Israel because of this." And Trump is realizing that not only is his base turning on this, but the wider world is, and he's stuck in this war with no real ending. So every time they've been close to a ceasefire...
I give them too much attention, don't I? Do we like this video? Should we continue watching?
Just to be clear, Israel has bombed Lebanon, which ends the ceasefire. Because Israel...
I don't know who that guy is, but he's all right. Let's see. He's not wrong. The digital Rust Belt inside Ohio's billion-dollar data center speculation wave. Whether it's 16 data centers or 6 data centers, there's always 200 jobs. Why? It's enough jobs to look beneficial, but not too many to break your school system.
Built what became China's largest craft brewery. I have dealt with private equity. I've dealt with cooling systems. I've dealt with wastewater management, and I've dealt with IT. We are in a speculative bubble right now. The reason why we need to build so many data centers yesterday is because there is a race to be early in the IPO before these companies and before the retail investors in America realize that there's no there. And we are ahead of our skis on calling large language models and machine learning AI before it is truly generative AI. And so when we look at how private equity firms are backing...
Yes, Adam, the war is back on because of the helicopter. I mean, probably not because of the helicopter, probably because of blackmailed sex tapes involving Donald Trump. But yeah, I mean, today it's about the helicopter.
Pretty developers to build data centers to then sell to Meta, Alphabet, Anthropic, OpenAI, XAI. What we're doing is we're selling our children's birthright, and we're giving away the bathwater, the baby with the bathwater, instead of demanding guarantees that these companies will even be here in 10 years. I was in Shalersville. I'm in Perry twice a week. I see the anxiety in the communities. And when we see the narratives from the investment companies, it's always the same. Whether they're building 16 data centers or 6, there's always 200 jobs. Why? Because it's enough jobs to look beneficial, but not enough to break your school system. These are marketing approaches to get over a hurdle, to get tax abatements, zoning, and environmental so they can build it. And by the time there are trucks on site and raw materials in the flat, and trade unions have their contracts verified, they will say, hey, that closed loop system, yeah, that's going to be too expensive. Now it needs to be open loop, but you can't stop it because we've already broke ground. By the time we see whether or not there are 200 jobs to even be had, and by the time we get to a point where we know whether or not there will be any taxes paid after the abatements expire, the people that sign the contracts won't even exist anymore in terms of corporations. We don't even know if this industry will exist. When there's a minute, can you just go like this? I'm looking right at you. And so what we need to do is figure out a way to do a registered capital bond that is required statewide. That's a collaborative between the state, the county, and whatever municipality is hosting these, where if you're going to tell us there are 200 jobs, what are those salaries
the whole scam, top
total
to bottom.
Times 10 for 10 years?
This guy's
that money goes in a bond on day one.
It's triggering,
that way,
isn't
if
it?
you collapse,
It's very
at
Aryan.
least the community and those municipalities have some form of capital to repair the blight that is left behind when this industry either collapses or shrinks the way all speculative bubbles do.
Yeah, he seemed like he knew what he was on the up and up.
Built what became China.
Literally just came here to share this. Share what? Oh, God.
What is the first word that comes to mind when I say Israel?
Pedophiles, child killers, genocides, thieves, colonizers, rapists, murderers, psychopaths, torturers, war criminals, kidnappers, human traffickers, terrorizers, oppressors, persecutors, executioners, arsonists, looters, pillagers, abductors, enslavers, ethnic cleansers, criminals, tyrants, sadists, violent extremists, abusers, exploiters, perpetrators of crimes against humanity. That's the first word that comes to mind when I think of Israel.
You forgot chicken swinging, coin clipping, grabbling, ball sacrificing. Any other stereotypes we could throw in there? Yeah, you know, you get the idea. Using AI to improve my social life.
I'm near a bunch of people right now, and I want them to think I have friends, so can you just pretend you're on the phone with me, and we're talking about some crazy story, okay?
Calamari.
Sure, I can do that for a moment.
Okay, so start now.
I'm glad we had a little fun with that story.
We didn't even say a story.
You're absolutely right. We never got to a story.
I think they're getting suspicious, but we can recover. Okay, start now.
All right. So you remember when we got stuck on that mountain road?
Yeah. Because we hit that person with our car. Right?
Hit that person with our car.
Oh, no. No one got hurt. We just...
No, they did. They did. Remember, you were the one that did it, and you told me not to tell anyone.
Whoa, that definitely didn't happen.
It did. I remember it like it was yesterday. I actually wake up
I wrote about it in my
thinking
journal.
about it.
I get that you're trying to craft a story here.
No, this is real. Don't blow it. Don't blow it for me.
Don't blow it.
I'm not here to blow anything, but I also will pretend.
What? I'm not here to... Daddy's not coming on anything.
I'm near a bunch of people right now, and...
Man, that guy got me in tears. Knicks fans just turned Trump Tower into protest center. I'm here for it. Gaslighting ChatGPT. They're always gaslighting us. It's nice to dish it out. I think they're saying New York hates Jews. Is that what they said? God, the anti-Semitism. We're fabulous, don't fuck with us. That's gonna do it. And right, just like that, fascism was vanquished. I'm just being shitty. I love seeing people in the streets. All right.
A group of doctors were nearly arrested for handing out pamphlets criticizing the Trump administration. Literally just handing out papers. That's not disruption, that's censorship. At a diabetes conference in New Orleans, researchers were thrown out for distributing copies
New Orleans mentioned.
Of a published paper discussing Trump's cuts to the NIH and how it affected diabetes research. Security asked the researchers to step outside where they tried to take away the papers. It got physical. When the researchers tried to re-enter, they were confronted by police officers. According to one of the researchers involved, they were told they would be arrested for trespassing if they were caught again. Researchers say they were removed because the association feared retribution from the Trump administration. The NIH has yet to respond, but the conference later stated they hoped all participants
This bitch can talk fast. Wow.
would remain respectful to keep the meeting
Did
safe
her coffee have a coffee?
and centered on advancing diabetes science. But distributing research, a published paper yet, at a conference is advancing science. They were sharing intel on how budget cuts negatively impact health. So why is it that this research is denounced, but this administration can loudly endorse random conspiracy theories? Diabetes impacts over 37 million Americans who deserve to have access to information about research and funding. Censoring this at a scientific conference is meant to keep us in the dark.
It's been a really bad week for the Plattner cult. There have been a number of attacks dropped on him in the mainstream media, first by the Wall Street Journal and then by the New York Times. So I think earlier in the week, the Wall Street Journal basically talked about how Plattner cheated on his wife and did some explicit texts to other women. And then the New York Times dropped, literally just a few days ago, this account of different women who dated Graham Plattner and exposed some unsettling behavior. The Graham Plattner cult is currently going through their Fear Her Bunker moment where they're all rallying around Plattner in defense of this guy. And look, what I will say, right? This isn't even the worst thing bro has done. Being a misogynist or cheating on his wife isn't the worst thing he's done. He's literally a war criminal. And like, the reason I haven't talked about this earlier is because Bad Empanada has already made a fantastic 2-hour-long video talking about it. So I don't think I really have anything to add to the conversation. But what I will say is, it is funny seeing the cult deepen and develop as these attacks keep going. Who is Graham Plattner? He is currently the presumptive main Democratic Senate candidate. He is a quote-unquote US veteran who did 3 tours in Iraq, 1 tour in Afghanistan, and then after after those 4 tours, he worked for Blackwater, really Constellus, which is just a rebrand of Blackwater. And he took part in some of the most horrific war crimes of those wars. He was a concentration camp guard at Abu Ghraib. He took part in the Battle of Fallujah, where they killed countless Iraqi civilians. Genuinely, such an unbelievable piece of war criminal. For some reason, the social democratic left has just been defending him with these arguments that don't even apply to him. It is quite literally a cult, where they do the same exact arguments again and again, despite the fact that Graham Plattner himself debunks the arguments they're doing. And so the first argument is, oh my god, but Graham Plattner was just a small bean poverty draft veteran. You know, he was just so poor. He had to kill brown people and commit countless war crimes. You know, he was just so poor he had to do 4 tours and then be a mercenary. According to his own Reddit comment, he was accepted to a pretty decent East Coast university after high school. Both his parents wanted him to go to university. They paid him to go on a backpacking trip around Europe and North Africa. And then after 6 months of that, he still wanted to join the army. Like, no, he was not a poverty draft guy. He literally came from a privileged family and it was just like, I just want to kill people. I want to have adventure. That's the thing with the next argument they do. It's like, well, you know, he's repentant for his service. He feels bad about all the war crimes he committed. Okay, 2020. Why did you enlist in the Marine Corps? Wanted to have an adventure and kill some people. Joined up in 04. Did Fallujah and Ramadi. Managed both. Hell of an excellent experience. He does not feel bad. Like, in his own words, he is not repentant. He had a fun time. He had an adventure. You know, he killed some people. You know, after all of this, people are still trying to defend joining Blackwater, this mercenary group. He was a veteran. You know, he couldn't get any other job than just being a Blackwater mercenary. This is a photo, by the way, where he has like Blackwater magnet on the fridge. Like, look at this. What a piece of shit. This is a Blackwater. So he literally says he did 3 tours in the Corps, got out to go to college, and ended up in the exact same deployment to Afghanistan. He literally got free college. He got the benefits of the GI Bill. He didn't have to join Blackwater, guys. He wasn't this little small bean who he was just so poor he couldn't get any other job. He did it for fun. You know, he got to go to college for free thanks to his war crimes that he did in Iraq, and he's just like, no, I want to go to Afghanistan. After that, I want to do Blackwater too. And like, I really think Graham Plattner is the dividing line between genuine anti-imperialism and like just social democracy, you know, treats for the first world. Because if you can't even draw a line at a guy just like murdering and raping Iraq and Afghanistan and joining a mercenary army, can I expect you to draw a red line anywhere else? Sure, on paper, he has all the best positions, but also he literally has no paper record. He is not a politician. His only experience is doing war crimes in the Middle East. Why the f are we glazing this guy for like his positions on paper where he's like, oh, I support treats for the first world, and there's nothing backing it up. You know, there's nothing backing it up except a paragraph on a website. This is probably one of my favorite Plattner comments. So what American wars would you volunteer to fight in? And Plattner says, the Indian Wars, the Philippines, Haiti, and Nicaragua in the 1920s, Vietnam, Nicaragua, and El Salvador again in the 80s. As for would have, I did for Iraq and would love to get to the GAN. Small wars are pretty enjoyable. First of all, the quote-unquote Indian Wars was literally a genocide of the indigenous people to steal their land. It was a war of colonialism to exterminate people. A lot of these were literally just genocidal wars, like the Philippines especially. Dude, as a Filipino, come on. Come on, man. Me as a Filipino looking at the fucking American left defending this guy wanting to commit a genocide in the Philippines. Anyone from the third world who like looks at his comments just knows that this guy's an unredeemable piece of shit. You know, I do want to take a moment here to demarcate certain anti-Plattner arguments because, you know, Plattner, he's a social democrat on paper. You know, he supports treats for the first world. So a lot of centrist Democrats hate him. And I do want to differentiate myself. So centrist Democrats say, Plattner has a Nazi tattoo. Isn't that terrible? Genuine anti-imperialists are like, yes, he has a Nazi tattoo, but he got it specifically to celebrate the war crimes he did in Iraq. The Nazi tattoo matters insofar as it is connected to the real Nazi crimes he committed in the Middle East. And then, you know, centrist Democrats be like, he mistreats women. And then, you know, like the left anti-imperialist argument is his mistreatment of women is directly related to the crimes he committed overseas. The latest expose of Graham Plattner, where they talked to a lot of his exes, he had what she described as a warrior ethos and would fantasize about killing people he deemed a threat. She said he told her that rape was about power. It was something that stuck with her throughout the years. He said this a lot. If anyone ever broke in here, I would rape them, she recalled, saying he added that it would not be in a sexual way, not in a gay way. He was like, I would rape them to show that I'm dominant. What the actual fuck? The social democratic American burger left is trying to deflect by saying, oh, you know, the women that they're interviewing for this are like Zionists, they're shitty Zionists, and we shouldn't listen to them. Regardless of whether or not the exact allegations are true, this is undeniably related to the war crimes he committed in the Middle East. With all these attacks against Graham Plattner from the mainstream media, it's been a bad week for the Plattner cult, and so the Plattner cult has just been hunkering down in the bunker. They're preparing the shield wall. And so I want to go over a few clips of the Plattner cult because it's genuinely getting to a point, guys. So this is Kyle Kulinski. This is what he has to say in response to some of the latest attacks on Graham Plattner.
Graham Plattner can f*** a toaster. Graham Plattner can shove a pineapple up his ass. Graham Plattner can shove a pineapple up his hole for all I care.
Can he shove a pineapple up your ass, Kyle? And then you'd still vote for him? Because I'm tired of hearing your fucking ass.
Plattner can jack off to a cartoon of Scooby-Doo wearing Brian Noam's big ass titties, and I will crawl over fucking broken glass to support that man.
First of all, did he just mention Brian Noam? Let me pull these out real quick. Maybe he'll turn anti-Plattner if I put these on. But second of all, I will crawl over broken glass to vote for Graham Plattner.
Why? Because he actually wants to end the wars. Because he actually wants to stand up to the Israeli genocidal terror state currently doing multiple genocides. Because he actually wants to crack down on the Epstein class and arrest the criminals and raise taxes on the billionaires and take that money and redistribute it and give people health care, give people education, give people higher wages, give people unions.
My thing, Kyle, yes, that's what he says he wants to do on paper. And first of all, you know, I don't think he actually wants to end wars. He wants to end quote-unquote pointless wars. My conspiracy theory is, like, the only reason Graham Plattner wants to end wars is because he can't fight in them. You know? Once again, Graham Plattner literally has no record. Where are social democrats getting this unearned confidence that Graham Plattner would actually do all these things? He has no track record, no political record at all. Why are we acting like he's actually going to do all these things? This goes so far beyond what people usually say, right? Like, there's maybe one half-decent argument is that he's better than a generic Republican. Okay, fine. If you want me to compare him straight up to a generic Republican, yes, he's better than a Republican. But these guys are going so far beyond that. They're saying I would crawl over broken glass to vote for Plattner, even if he shoved a pineapple up his cock. What the fuck is this? This is a cult. And what I will say about Kyle, too, is, like, it doesn't surprise me that bro has gone off the deep end with this Plattner cult shit earlier this year. He did a little bit of a anti-Indian racism. What a surprise. You know, the guy doing anti-Indian racism doesn't actually care about war criminals. This is a clip from Hassan Piker where he says he degaff.
I don't care about the personal character of Graham Plattner. I don't care about the things that he's done unless it's like literally irredeemable. I think
unless it's like literally irredeemable. I don't know, dude. Maybe like 4 tours in the Middle East, 3 tours in Iraq, 1 tour in Afghanistan, and then joining Blackwater. I think that's pretty irredeemable, dude. They're acting like these are just like little personal flaws. He's imperfect. So much for transformative justice. He can't even do transformative justice against this unrepentant war criminal. He was just a small bean. Killing brown people.
Yes, and he insulted our intelligence and condescended everyone who wasn't you know, defending AOC. He's a big AOC defender, and he's a sheepdog. Okay, I don't get along with sheepdogs. I don't like people that want to run defense for the Democratic Party. It's to me that is a unsalvageable talking point, and that's what you're doing. You know, he claims he's an anti-Zionist. He's advocating for Zionist billionaires. He's advocating for keeping Zionist politicians in power, and so he can ride their coattails. And I think that's what that is about. You know, people that are part of that Democratic National Convention bubble, you know, they can't they're bought, you know, they're compromised. They're not going to give you accurate analysis because these are their friends. They don't want to talk bad about their friends. They're friends with AOC and all these career politicians. They want these people to accrue more power because then they'll get more power and more money just by proxy.
The Middle East is not just a small character flaw, it's literally what his life revolves.
He called everyone stupid for you know, expressing support for the likes of MTG for her principled stance against Zionism. And then he made this weird comparison, like they all did, all the sheepdogs did, tried to compare AOC to MTG, and I think, yeah, he's a DNC operative.
Around for decades. He did 4 tours and then joined Blackwater. Genuine cult behavior.
Unless it's like literally irredeemable. I think he's done irredeemable shit in service. And even then, I'm willing to overlook the irredeemable, possibly irredeemable things he's done in.
As an American, I'm willing to overlook the war crimes he did in my name. If he gets me treats.
The irredeemable, possibly irredeemable.
Possibly irredeemable. He catches himself. Possibly irredeemable, guys. You know, he's looking into it. Hassan will be investigating whether working for Blackwater is possibly irredeemable. You know, but for now, he's willing to overlook it. This is so bizarre. Crawling over glass, overlooking the war crimes he committed, saying, oh, it's only possibly irredeemable. We just haven't done enough digging. The most embarrassing Plattner glazer has to be fucking Ryan Grimm. This guy fucking sucks when it comes to Graham Plattner. And so here is him playing dumb when he's interviewing Graham Plattner. So he's using the official drop site Twitter account to play defense for Graham Plattner. I have never worked for Blackwater. Main candidate Graham Plattner says his 6 month in Afghanistan in 2018 as a State Department security contract review.
Seymour Cox says Elon and the Zionists use ID politics to sheepdog people into their politics. If you are against this, then you support our policies, which are often antithetical to our collective interest and humanity.
Revealed how America's war had become a corporate money grab. He clarified he never worked for Blackwater.
Bombing is currently happening in Bahrain right now. Okay, we'll take a quick look at that in just a second.
But for a hedge fund-owned successor that inherited its State Department contracts, Constellus is just a Blackwater rebrand, bro. Are we seriously going to take these corporate rebrands at face value? Oh, he never worked for Blackwater. He just worked for like the successor to Blackwater. And the fact that they're using the official drop site Twitter account.
That's awesome. Name it, Maine. My name is Rathbone, and it's spelled Rathbone. And you can subscribe to my YouTube page. I have all kinds of videos. You can watch 24/7. All right. Oh, you're not talking about me? You're talking about this guy? Oh, I knew that. I was just kidding. That was just a joke. Thank you, Tripitaka.
And playing dumb is genuinely fucking embarrassing. This is a fucking embarrassing use of the Dropsite news platform. I will say, I like Dropsite's reporting on the resistance. They've done fantastic reporting when it comes to Iran, when it comes to Epstein, when it comes to the Palestinian resistance. Like Jeremy Scahill specifically is reporting the Palestinian resistance.
Yeah, he's right. Scahill's based.
Is indispensable.
Not Ryan Grimm.
I highly recommend people read up on Jeremy Scahill's reporting. A decade ago, Jeremy Scahill had an expose on Blackwater. And now, the platform that Jeremy Scahill helped co-launch is now playing defense for a guy who worked for Blackwater. I'm just like, this is embarrassing, guys. This is fucking humiliating. We're gonna...
I mean, come on. You know my name. Name it, Maine. Don't try to crawfish your way out of this, all right? We know what you said. I know what you meant, all right? You're a perennial line stepper.
Play dumb and pretend Constellus isn't just a Blackwater rebrand. What I will say about this whole Blackwater it's completely moot because this news article came out. He's like, it wasn't Blackwater, it was a rebrand of Blackwater. I would never do Blackwater. It's so different. That's like a warlord fantasy of this guy, blah, blah, blah. Dude, he literally had a Blackwater hat. What are we doing? Ryan Grimm is literally just burning Dropsite news credibility for this fucking moron who is lying through his fucking teeth. Yeah, I'd never worked for Blackwater.
So, this thing has PSYOP written all over it, I don't know. I don't know much about Graham Plattner. I'm kind of learning in real time, honestly.
Loved wearing their hats and loved having their magnets on my fridges. And also, I explicitly said...
I'm a goddamn prince, and Saeed, that's coming from Prince Saeed, who's literal royalty. So that's high praise. Thank you, Saeed. That might be the first nice thing you've ever said about me, and I'm gonna have to screenshot that comment, frame it, put it on my fridge.
Wore my Blackwater baseball cap to get a rise out of people. Ryan Grimm's latest reaction to the Graham Plattner stuff, he's celebrating this piece. He says, powerful piece, highly recommend.
I'm with you, Martin. I'm so so tired. I'm so disappointed. I can't believe people are still in 2026 advocating for the Democrat Party and then shitting on people. That's the real fuck of it, is like they're not only advocating for the Democrat Party, these sheepdogs, but then they're shitting on the people that are quite correctly and logically disenfranchised, disenchanted, demoralized by the one-party system, by the corporate duopoly. You know, it's the condescension that really is just I can't get on with. It's one thing, I think, to just be like, okay, we understand. You could frame it in a way that's like, at least you acknowledge the skepticism, acknowledge the position, which is, I mean, it's, I struggle to find the words to articulate this, as you can see, but you know, we've seen the worst things. We've seen the corporate duopoly start a genocide, one half of the corporate duopoly start the genocide, the other half maintain it and escalate it. And people are still saying, oh no, we got to keep playing into this system. No. We just need one more election, bro. One more election. Remember, it's going to get better. It never gets better. And then you understand the machinations of the entire system and how it works, and how the Democrats and the Republicans are offense, defense for the same team. They play different roles, but it's part and parcel in service of the same corporate Zionist entity, the same Epstein class, which bankrolls both parties. You can talk about this ad nauseum. People like Kyle Kulinski and Hassan, they can pay lip service to the ideas. They can tell their audience, look, we get it, we get it, we get it, and then speak out of both sides of their mouth. They then advocate for Democratic politicians because, oh, it's too tough. It's impossible to build a third party in this country. I mean, tell that to the Palestinians who have to face the impossibility of building their entire civilization again because we support the corporate duopoly, because we still support and advocate for the Democrats. I mean, it's just a shit show. And I think it's they say that it's idealistic to vote Green Party or to vote for a third party because they'll never win. Well, I think it's idealistic to vote for Democrats and expect them to implement real change, to represent a diversion from the status quo. I mean, that's the real idealism. I mean, I sleep better at night knowing that I'm putting my energy and efforts into something that is authentic, the authentic antagonism. Okay? The authentic antagonism to the Epstein class, to the corporate duopoly, however you want to characterize it, the Zionist capture of our government. We have to start, and we're not expecting that it'll be immediate success. Nobody's saying that, you know, all we got to do is just vote green and then everything's going to be. Nobody says that, but we have to start building something. You know, it's like we can't expect a skyscraper to be built in 24 hours. Why would you expect a real, authentic social movement that champions the Palestinians, that rejects Zionism, and actually has the material weight behind it to change these policies, to happen in 24 hours? That's a straw man of our position. But I think we are offloading the responsibilities that were placed upon us, that we're burdened with. We're offloading it to a future generation. We're offloading it to our kids because we're not speaking honestly. We're not saying it what it is and what we need to do. And it's just going to make it that much harder years down the road. It's already that much harder. I mean, it's because we're in this position because past generations didn't, you know, speak honestly about it, because of the incrementalism that pervades our thinking in this current political climate, which has never worked. We've always slid further to the right. And I think it needs to stick in people's mind that the Democrats play that role. That's the role that they're designed to play. They block movement back to the left. They campaign on Republican aggression, and then when they get up into power, they have excuses for why they can't get it done. The rotating villain theory, we've seen it all. We've seen all the treachery. It's played out. The shit's played out. We've seen it happen year after year after year. And to have people still vying and promoting and advocating for this system, it's a shit show. It's you know, words escape me. And I'm not saying, oh yeah, revolt and everything. What I'm trying to say is that at the very least, stop advocating for Democrats and Republicans. Stop lying to people. At the very least. It's the least that you could do is just shut up and not, and at the very least, shut up. Don't advocate for Democrat candidates. Don't defend Zionist Democrats like AOC when they vote to send more weapons to Israel because of the guise of it being called defensive weapons and because Israel has the right to defend itself. No, fuck all that. At the very least, shut your mouth. Stop telling people to vote Democrat. Stop lying to fucking people like that. You could literally just do nothing, and that would be better than harm expansion. I don't call it harm reduction. It's harm expansion. So remember that fascism requires a weak, liberal, ineffectual opposition party that they can steamroll. It's why these politicians are there. To feign moral outrage. To pretend like they're doing something. To confine the acceptable terms of this debate that we're having in the public marketplace of ideas. That's what the Democrats do. They define as this far, no further. Okay? And I just don't think that there's any time. And I think liberalism is the worst form of political thinking. It's the worst strain in the political spectrum because it's so pervasive. And it induces complacency in the American populace. Because liberals just say, let's just keep voting into this system. Surely things will change. We'll change their minds if we just vote harder. I never advocate for that. That's why, when it comes down to elections, I think they're spectacles. I think all of these elections are rigged. We don't really choose candidates. We don't vote for candidates. In America, we ratify decisions already made by the business class. It's more accurate to say we ratify.
Reading. Democrats need people like Plattner if they're going to come to terms with the true nature of our country, with what we have done to people at home and abroad, and pull together the coalition needed to heal and reshape it. And he's talking about this Substack article from Veterans for...
I gotta step away for a second, but here is
this
some updates from
Hezbollah, where are you? You have failed, you don't exist anymore, and the whole...
I'm gonna put this on, I'll be right back.
That Hezbollah, it would take them only a week and they would erase Hezbollah. This is what they were saying. The same applies to the Iranian government and the Iranian Republic, that they would defeat Iran in 10 days. And then it was a whole...
Given the fact what happened over the past months, since the last war, 2024 war, and this war, the Lebanese government now is directly engaging with Israel. This would have been a taboo in the past. And for Hezbollah...
It continues to be a taboo till the present.
But this is not being reflected, by the way. We did not see demonstrations in Beirut. We did not see anything that shows this taboo being combated.
No, look, I'll tell you what. I mean, we are facing a complex and compound challenges. While you don't want to go into any place...
People are now... Already the poo rumors are circulating in the chat, huh? No, I don't have to poo.
Where you make attention in the internal arena in Lebanon, in the internal situation in Lebanon, Otherwise, you would have
Stop
seen.
telling people that I needed to poo. That's fake news. Please don't put in the papers that I needed to poo. Y'all are really shitty, no pun intended. No poo intended.
A lot of demonstrations all over.
All right,
especially
look, I mean, I gave you my little spiel, didn't I? Chat, please chill. Lolo McLeffy is completely correct here, okay? Lolo always comes correct. Heed Lolo's call. Can you hear a fart? No, of course not. Oh, shit, sorry. Oh, God. Whoops. Whew. Yuck. That was gross. I'm sorry about that.
You claim that you've been all around the world armed to the teeth rescuing women and children from captivity, that you've stopped human smugglers at the Mexico border and made them pay a price, that you as a civilian called in a U.S. military airstrike that killed 70 ISIS fighters, that you were the first American into Gaza during the war with Israel, that you've done 150 high-risk missions and every one has been a success. You told me last week that it's all true and that you don't need to prove it to anyone. But you're talking to voters now. How should voters decide whether you've lived one of the most extraordinary
Lolo, we lost you?
lives in human history or whether you're a liar and a fraud?
Was it because I let one rip? Is that why? You can be honest. It's fine.
Back up to her for 1 second?
Please answer the question, sir.
I will. But I'll make a little informal complaint.
I like to speak
the folks at home don't want to hear about her past and what she did. That's not going to make a lick of difference to those who are having trouble putting food on the table,
that's
Kyle,
a good point.
paying their electricity bill, having to try to figure out how they send their kids to school.
Sir, how much of your time do you plan to burn before you answer the question of whether you tell the truth?
Do I tell the truth?
How should voters discern whether you have had one of the most extraordinary lives in human history or whether you are a liar and a fraud?
Well, simply go back. I have 20 years of videos and documentation and
What is this
people.
about? I don't even know
We
what
just
this is about.
had our
I don't
head of
have any
security
context for that.
in Iraq call in a video today. The proof is just in people.
I thought the proof was in the pudding. That's what I always heard. That Giga Chad. I don't know what he's saying, but let's see. I think that might be it for tonight. Oops.
You are right to ask who is the leash and who is the dog. The U.S. is mortified of what Israel can and will do. I'm not even just talking about, honeypot, blackmail, Epstein. I'm talking about actual military danger. In the Pentagon, they are freaking out. They're like, oh my God, Israel is spying on us at a rate that it's at an all-time high, and it's alarming.
It takes a lot of care to say it like that. Israel. I can't do that. I just say, shit's real.
Always spied. But the
That
crazy
took a long time for me to think of.
thing is that the U.S. does not spy on Israel.
They've always spied on the United States. Do we spy on them also? No. And that's written in stone at the CIA. We do not spy on Israel. But they openly spy on us.
Do we spy on other countries?
Yeah, we spy on almost every.
Aw, Theo.
Why can't we spy on them? It's a political decision that's been made.
He was like, does the CIA spy on other countries? Oh, Theo. Oh, Theo, my boy.
And most importantly, remember how we said Israel has been spying since the beginning, even before its founding, of course? Jonathan Pollard, you know the name. He was American. He was in the U.S. Navy spying for Israel. He gets caught, 1987, is now living his best life in Israel, of course. In this video, he's talking about...
Can she stop saying Israel? I get triggered every time she says that.
Yom Kippur
Just call it occupied Palestine.
War. How Henry Kissinger instituted
We don't need to church that word up any more than it is. Has been already.
an arms embargo. Back in 1973, how Israel used nuclear threat to the U.S. in order to lift the short-lived arms embargo on them.
During the Yom Kippur War, when Henry Kissinger instituted an arms embargo against us. And what happened?
what happened was an A4 Skyhawk was parked at Tel Nof Air Base with some interesting weapons under its wings. And we told the Americans, take your eye in the sky and take a good look at the airplane that's on that runway. And the next day, the airlift started.
So in other words, we threatened their...
We threatened to use unconventional weapons. I'll leave it at that. And so he said, is this what you want us to threaten now? I said, absolutely, except this time I want us to go forward with it if necessary.
And that's in 1973. You think they're not doing that right now? I don't know if it's related.
Just an Israeli threatening nuclear war against the United States. It's our greatest ally, by the way.
To why Trump is literally...
Yeah, we could call it the Zionist entity. That's what a lot of the resistance calls it.
Rushing to build bunkers. I don't know if it's related to why Peter Thiel is running away to Argentina. I don't know if it's related to Sazan Island and the military bunkers there. I don't know what's going on, but all I know is there is no limit to how far Israel will go.
This dumbass says, I kind of like Israel. You should too. I'm going to say, fuck you and fuck Israel.
You are right to ask who is the leash and who is the dog.
We'll put it in
the U.S. is mortified of what Israel can and will do. I'm not even just talking about, honeypot, blackmail, Epstein. I'm talking about...
Fuck Israel, and if you want to be down with Israel, then fuck you too. Call me Ishmael. Don't call me Ishmael. Let's just I'm about to sign off, but let's just get a few more updates in this war. So Bahrain is getting touched where it doesn't want to be touched and its naughty parts. Visual confirmation of IRGC striking U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain right now. There's Bahrain, make it rain in Bahrain. With a bunch of promises. I can't make heads or tails of that. I'm sorry. That's a very grainy clip. Jesse Waters says, technically it doesn't seem like it, but we're still in a ceasefire. Trump says we're close to making a deal. This is the dumbest comment in news anchor history, uttered by the dumbest news anchor.
Fox News alert, Iran's under attack. Trump ordered CENTCOM to launch self-defense strikes after an enemy drone took down an Apache helicopter patrolling the strait. The two pilots were rescued out of the water by an unmanned sea drone operated by Task Force 59 in Bahrain. The drone's Texas-made. It's 24 feet long and can travel 1,000 miles and hit speeds of 35 knots. And it's the first sea drone rescue in combat history. Trump was on the phone with the press
in combat
when he gave
history.
The order. POTUS said this is a...
That's why we lost that helicopter. So now we can be the first unmanned drone rescue operation in American history. All right, job well done, America.
Retaliation for the helicopter hit.
Number one.
And it's important that our response is strong and powerful. CENTCOM called our response proportional, but sources say we're taking out Iranian air defenses, radar systems.
This guy's literally just an actor, He's just reading what the Epstein class wrote down for him to say.
All along the strait, and we're not finished. Technically, I know it doesn't.
See, I don't do that. I read everything that Saeed Pak tells me to say. That's the difference.
Seem like it, but
that's the Rathbone difference.
Still in a ceasefire, and the president continues to say, we're close to a deal.
We're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal.
The final throes.
That will not allow...
When you say final throes, that usually means the death of something, right? So the death of a deal?
In any way, shape, or form, nuclear weapons, etc. And the strait will open up right away. It'll open up immediately upon signing, which could be in 2 or 3 days.
Trump's made the terms clear. The uranium must be turned over and destroyed. Enrichment must stop for 2 decades, at least. All nuclear sites must be completely dismantled, and the United States is able to conduct snap inspections whenever the heck we want. The strait would open immediately. And in fact, the Energy Secretary says traffic's up. J.P. Morgan estimates 2 million barrels are getting out a day. The U.S. Navy's finessing tankers through. And the price of crude's almost back down into the 80s. So once the gay Ayatollah signs on the dotted line,
the gay Ayatollah.
War's over.
Again with the
Whether
gay
Israel likes it or
Ayatollah.
not. Trump had another...
it slaps with the boomers.
Talk with Netanyahu. No F-bombs this time.
I said do what's right, but I want you to stop.
Do what's
as
right.
quickly
So
as you
continue blackmailing Donald Trump and continue bombing Lebanon.
can, because they have to stop. It's had to do with Lebanon.
Telling
And
Lucifer to do what's right. I'm sure he will. Iranian missiles roar over Jordan as the IRGC confirms strike on U.S. airbase in eastern Jordan. All right. Yeah, the Minister of Invasions. The self-defense attack, says Muter. They are so petty and so childish. And churlish. They got you fighting a culture war to stop you from fighting a class war. Who gives a shit if Rebecca has blue hair? Right? All right. I'm just trying to see if there's any other updates we can give you before. I know what happens every time is I sign off, and then lo and behold, I get on my phone, I'm like, oh, geez, look, all this news that I missed. Let's see what the Suleiman space.
Out of the war, so we're expecting a lot more shows. But Larry, thank you so much for joining us today. You did 3 shows with us.
The 3 of us on Iran bomb stuff, so yeah, keep inviting us.
I think he's on YouTube. Okay. Oh my Lord. Randy Fine posted on Facebook this photo of himself as a 1-year-old. Look at Randy, 1 year old. What a baby. Let's see, is Al Jazeera saying anything?
Iran attacks U.S. bases in Jordan, Kuwait, and Bahrain, with all 3 countries saying they've intercepted missiles and drones. Those attacks are in response to a series
Saeed,
of...
you already did that joke, okay? You've got a limit on how many times you can tell that joke per stream, and it's 1. But to those of you that weren't here earlier, it's a pretty funny joke.
U.S. strikes on southern Iran, which CENTCOM says are now complete. Israel bombs southern Lebanon.
You definitely did. Now you're going to gaslight us, Saeed? You definitely told that joke, and I highlighted it earlier, like about a couple hours ago, all right? I remember. You can't gaslight us here, okay? Come up with new material or stay silent.
Thousands of civilians flee the city of Tyre, moving north.
The demonstrators are angry. They say they don't want Ebola in their town. So police
What?
have
They
used
don't want
tear gas.
Ebola? Why? That
Now
sounds
they're bringing in
anti-Semitic.
The riot trucks.
Locals condemn plans for an Ebola quarantine facility in Kenya, intended only for U.S.
Don't worry,
citizens.
Jews. I'm not anti-Semitic. I, on the other hand, want Ebola.
And authorities call for calm in Belfast after a night of violent protests sparked by a knife attack involving an asylum seeker.
Saeed has a joke book. I would say the jokes write themselves, but no, it's actually Saeed that writes the jokes in his joke book. A juke book! Okay, now you're reaching. All right, that's too far. That is deeply anti-septic. I need a shower. All right, should
to
we...
a more permanent
okay,
deal.
Here we go. Let's see
in a
if they got
statement,
an update for
CENTCOM
us.
says that its forces struck Iranian air defense, ground control stations, and surveillance radar
Ground
sites near the Strait of
control to
Hormuz with
Major
precision
Tom.
munitions from U.S. Air Force and Navy fighter jets. The operation was a proportional response to recent attacks on U.S. forces and on international commercial ships transiting regional waters. U.S. forces remain vigilant and postured to defend against unjustified Iranian aggression. Let's take a look at where those U.S. attacks were reported. Explosions were heard in the
unjustified
Sirik port
Iranian
area,
aggression in the room with us?
where the southern coast of Iran meets the Strait of Hormuz. Air defense activity was also heard on Keshem Island and in Bandar Abbas. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val joins us now live from Tehran, where he's been following what's been happening through the overnight hours. So, Mohammed, Iran has now levied these attacks across the region in response. What are officials saying about the outgoing strikes?
Right. They are describing these attacks as retaliations against the Americans after the waves of attacks by the Americans during the night on several locations and several sites within Iran. And that's the thing that Iran has always been threatening and promising to do whenever there is an American or Israeli strike on its territory. I have the latest message or statement from the IRGC saying, following the successful operation carried out by the IRGC Navy, which struck 21 targets at U.S. air and naval bases in the region and downed an MQ-9 drone over the city of Jam, and in light of the enemy's continued hostile actions, the forces of Islam and the brave combatants of the IRGC Aerospace Force have targeted and destroyed 4 key sites. These included F-35 fighter jet hangars and the command and control center of the child-killing U.S. military in Azraq, Jordan, utilizing long-range solid fuel missiles. So quite a bit of details there about...
Take your protein pill and put your diaper on.
That particular...
That's what I was going to go with.
Set of strikes. But also there is mention of Ali Salim base in Kuwait and the 5th Fleet in Bahrain. Those are the 3 countries, according to Iran, that have been targeted tonight, because Iran says they host those bases. And
ground control to Major Kham. Right, because Major Kham is Jewish.
Are responsible for whatever damage or whatever operations that target their countries, because their host of bases. Iran has always been warning those countries that if any strikes originate from bases on their soil, then Iran will strike back against those locations.
So, Mohammed, Iran is saying that this is in response
ground control to Major Crumb.
Strikes from the U.S. Central Command that were said it completed inside of Iran. We showed on a map where those were, mostly in the south of the country. Do we know the extent of those strikes and what may have been targeted there?
Well, quite a number of locations have been mentioned overnight, and it seems that the Americans have waged several waves of attacks on those locations. They include Jask, Keshem Island, Minab, Bandar Abbas, Sirik. Those are just the most outstanding locations, and some damage included there or mentioned regarding the
less than 24 hours ago, people like, analysts were saying, oh, you see, Israel tried to rope the United States into striking Iran and they failed. Looks like Donald Trump is stepping away. Take that, Israel. And then less than 24 hours later, we're back to bombing Iran. So much for that.
Those locations which they think are a source of danger on their military capabilities in the region. So Iran has mentioned those places. The Americans
ground control to Major Haram. That's good. That was the best one yet. They had a huge shouting match over the phone, I swear. Donald Trump is taking the Israeli prime minister to task. He's calling the shots. He's calling the shots. Whoops. Okay, I think that's going to be it for me tonight. We did a full 4. How many hours did we do? Oh my goodness, we almost did 5 hours. Look at that. I missed the stream yesterday. I apologize. I had a migraine, and That extra hour, that's on me, all right? But I appreciate all of you so, so much. Thanks for hanging out with me for a little bit. Thank you to all the people that donate, support the stream, that are here night after night. Thanks for watching all the ads. I know they're a bitch. What can I do, you know? Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Don't forget to hit the like as well as I hop on out of here. More likes mean more people will see the stream, so that's good. Thanks to everyone who gifted subscriptions along the way. Don't be weak, Wrath. Go for 6. You see, you guys are just never satisfied. When is enough going to be enough? I give you 5, you ask for 6. I give you 4, you ask for 5. I give you 6, you ask for 7. It never ends. Give an inch, take a mile. That's what you like to do, huh? That's what you do to me. But I can't, because I have a wonderful dinner date with your mother planned. I'm taking her to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It's her favorite. I'm going to order some creme brulee. She likes to tap her spoon on the crust, the crusty little surface there, and then eat the little custard. It's really nice. I like watching her eat sometimes. It's not creepy. And then I'm going to take her home and blow her back out. And then never call her again. She'll be devastated, of course. But what can I do, okay? I'm a rambling man, okay? I ramble on. That's what these moms don't understand about me. It's my nature. Yes, creme brulee, Martin. I'm sorry that you don't know what that is because you're from Denmark and you don't have nice things in Denmark. But here in the first world, we've got creme brulee and lobster. Yes, plenty of lobster. It's great. That's not appropriate, Mr. Rathman. Well, I don't think I remember asking you a goddamn thing, Mr. Hot Dog. By the way, Mr. Hot Dog, you've met your peer competitor. Everybody knows about the hot dog, but not many people know about the dog hot. And I don't think the world is ready for the dog hot. And I don't think hot dog's ready for the dog hot. AI is going to replace a lot of workers. But the dog hot's going to replace the hot dog. Mark my words, that's my biggest prediction for 2026. Yep. Oh, never forget this gem, by the way. This is a useless cop who mistook an acorn hitting the top of the car for gunfire, and he freaks out. Watch. Hilarity ensues. There's the acorn. It fell.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired!
No way. This can't be real.
In the car! I ain't shot! In the car! Oh!
He's lucky he didn't kill anybody. February 2024, a cop mistakes acorn hitting the top of his car for gunfire, proceeds to return fire on his own vehicle, which had an unarmed handcuffed suspect in the rear seat. Miraculously, he was completely unharmed. That's insane. Guess what? Shit stain. I was early, in fact, because I normally stream at 5 to 6, somewhere in between there. Latest at 6. And today I started streaming way earlier than that at 4 p.m. Pacific time. Thank you very much. So, I'm not late, I'm early. You're late. Who do you think you are? I am. All right, I think that's going to be it. All right, thank you guys. I'm going to sign off now. Peace and love to all. I'll see you all tomorrow, okay? So have a nice night. And I'll be thinking about you. Till next time. Bye-bye, everyone.
Rathbone has to go to bed. It's time to